Further questions, Your Honor?
Perfect. Okay. So picking up from the last session, you guys had just finished your sort of extended fight with the Soul Queen and her little spiderlings as your second bout in the Coliseum of Sevian Fate, the Damned King. You grabbed a couple trophies and made your way out of the Coliseum, sort of into the main rotunda of the area again. Oh, 1 second, I have a little echo. Okay. So you exit out. You can still hear the cheers behind you. The crowd's still sort of going crazy. As you exit out into the main area, people are starting to file out. As you sort of gaze around, you see that that individual that sort of gave you that nod early on. I'm going to give you his image here in a second. So he has that Goliath behind him, the Goliath with the hammer, who you've had a little bit of interaction with, mostly Elwyn. And I'll give you his image again as well. That's the Goliath, and then
Wait, where are you posting this?
Oops, where did I post it? Oh, in the wrong place. I posted it in IRL. Okay.
God.
Everybody's gonna wonder, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Hayden's typing.
Of course he is.
I was like looking at the tabletop channel and I'm like, where is this?
What is Hayden doing? Hayden needs to go to sleep. What time is it? And wherever he is. I always forget.
Morning,
It's
maybe?
like 9 a.m.
That's the morning.
Oh, never mind. Get out of here, Hayden. So yeah, there's the image of the Goliath and the individual that you have assumed is the fallen Lord Tristos. Standing beside him, he still carries the form of this unconscious woman, just bound in what looked like bandage. He's got that wine goblet in his hand, sort of slowly standing on the osel. It's like he was standing and possibly waiting. He nods to the group of you and turns and moves up the stairs towards where your rooms are. The Goliath halts for a second, still starts to gaze at you with this very like cold, blank stare before he slowly turns around to follow. What would you guys like to do?
I guess I'm just gonna stare at the Goliath or make eye contact.
Okay.
I don't think did
I told the
Elwyn
group.
tell us? Okay.
I think
brought it
Elwyn
up as
briefly mentioned it.
as we saw him staring at us. I looked at him and then I like mentioned, "Oh, by the way,"
Yeah.
and then I explained what happened.
I'm not gonna give any particular signal to the Lord.
Okay. He didn't really even wait for you. He sort of like once you guys made eye contact, he sort of just nodded and moved away. So would you like to continue back to your rooms? Do you want to take any time here in the Coliseum? What would you like to do?
I'm good to go back to our rooms and recuperate a little bit.
We should head back.
Yeah, rooms sound good.
Okay. So you make your way straight over there. You again, as you sort of approach, you can hear the echoing footsteps of that lord traveling up the stairs with the Goliath. And you see this group of Minotaur, about 4 of them this time, start to gather again and begin to almost have a discussion before they see you and immediately go back to just a lined formation in front of the staircase. None of them make eye contact with you.
Are any of them familiar?
None of these are familiar now. Same red-eyed Minotaur, different shades of blacks and grays and browns. But you can definitely tell that, sort of just from the snap movements, that Again, they're having some sort of conversation that they did not want anybody to hear. Continue
I'm
on.
gonna stare at them. I'm gonna stare at them as we walk past.
For the most part, they ignore you. One of them sort of like makes eye contact with you for a moment, gives a solid snort, then looks away again, sort of continuing straight forward. Everybody else moving straight up the stairs?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So when you get to the top of the stairs, you see that room that was next to you that's always having that massive party that never stops. The door is open. You sort of just catch the tail end of Tristos enter. The Goliath, not too far behind him, opens the door, turns to look at you again for just a second before he goes inside and sort of slams the door shut. You can still hear that echoing party just constantly going on, people cheering and screaming and shouting.
It is the music as we're going by. Do 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 do.
No, but similar.
That's similar. Great.
But you do arrive at your rooms. Heading inside, you're trying to take a rest right now?
I think
Uh,
rest is warranted after all
Ye-
that.
yeah, short rest or something.
Okay. Into your separate rooms, Elwyn, into your private chambers. The rest of the
Into
party
my
into your...
private chambers, indeed. Okay, let me mark a short rest on my character sheet.
Yep, just taking an hour if you guys want to do anything during your reprieve.
I can use as many hit dice as I want, right, to recover?
It's half. Half is max that you can use, I believe.
That is correct.
Okay.
Anybody else want to do anything during your short rest?
I would like to make 2 more paralyzes.
Okay, that's fine.
And then work on
Okay.
recovering some
Okay, so
points.
rolling the short rest does not actually change my health on D&D Beyond.
Interesting.
5d10 plus 15.
The Forsaken website.
Oh, I accidentally hit the roll button. Now these virtual dice are rolling across my screen in like 2 frames per second.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's so painful. It's gonna take forever.
Where are your actual dice by?
They're in front of me.
Oh my
roll,
god.
roll your goddamn dice.
It's a lot of dice to roll. It automatically applied to my health though, good for me.
Don't know why it didn't for me.
In real life,
I
it won't be at 2 frames a second.
I selected the boxes for the number of hit dice, and then there was a thing that showed up, and I clicked that, and it worked.
Oh, I didn't click that.
Yeah.
So everybody ready?
I can only use 5 of my hit dice.
Half of whatever your total
Yes.
is. Yeah.
That's well, I guess if we're level 11, is that 5 or 6?
Do we round up or down?
You can round up.
My stupid thing doesn't want me to roll. Fantasy grounds. I need the dice.
Okay, so I get my spell slot back. I don't get my celestial revelation back though. That's okay. Okay, I'm good to go.
Okay. Tacitus, you good?
Yeah.
Senor Crix.
I'm just
No
rolling my
kicks.
dice right now. 33 hit points back. Ooh. That puts me back at max.
And Briar.
Yep, I'm also good.
Cool.
Did not get back up to max, but we're doing
just-
okay.
I'm just short of max myself.
Okay. So completing your long rest.
Or short.
Short, sorry. Completing your short rest. You just exit back out of your rooms into the hallway. Where would you like to go from here? Are you going to meet up with each other?
Well, most of us are already in the
Yeah.
room.
I say when you meet up with each other, are you gonna go collect Elwyn, or vice versa?
We might think about it.
Just leave me here. It's fine.
I don't think Briar would specifically go and get him, but would probably just start talking in the room we're all mostly in.
So then I'll ask Elwyn, after you finished your short rest, would you like to go and join the rest of the party?
I'm gonna wait a bit to see if anybody comes to get me, and then I'll decide.
Does anybody have the intention of going to collect Elwyn?
If he's gonna take a bit, yeah, Crix probably would.
Okay. So Crix, you exit out, knock on his door, barge right in. What are you doing?
I'll go up to his door and I'll knock and kind of wait maybe 15 seconds and then barge in.
I was actually waiting just in
Right
front of the
inside
door,
Yeah.
waiting for somebody to knock. So like the second Crix touches the door, I open it. Ah, come to get me, I see.
Yes. It's been an hours.
My, to think you were thinking of me
Oh my
warms the
God.
heart.
You do know what I can do with mud and stone, right? I will seal you into this room like a crypt.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, let's yep, other room, right?
Yes, the other rooms.
Let's go then.
The violence. Great. So Crix returns with Elwyn.
All right. Are Lily and Gideon with us as well?
Yes, Lily and Gideon are in the room with you. Lily's took most of the time during the rest to sort of just get her wits about her and calm down. Took her about 30 minutes or so just to steady her breathing, but she's coming back. Gideon, for the most part, just sat in thought.
I'm gonna turn to Gideon and say, yesterday you mentioned that you had a lead on the crew.
Indeed, I believe I know exactly where they are.
And do you have a plan?
Honestly, I've been trying to come up with something this entire time, but I'm not exactly sure how we could break them out without getting people killed, namely
Let's think
ourselves.
about this. Let's think about this for a moment. We did enter a contract for a certain amount of bouts. How much time does that give us?
Well, according to the Damned King, we have one more group encounter left before we each individually have to hold our own.
So we have until all of our individual bouts are complete.
Yes. At which point he did agree to release everybody.
We could
Correct.
spend that time thinking of a plan to break out our companions, just in case he doubles back on us.
Well, he can't double back on us unless he is able to circumvent his own contract, but contracts like this tend to be binding on both ends.
Typically, but I wouldn't doubt the damned king's craftiness.
Do you think he could exploit some form of loophole?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if he could. He's not the damned king for nothing. Having a backup plan wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Before we talk about backup plans, what do you know about where they are, Gideon?
They're 3 levels down, not too far of a distance into the sort of catacomb-like dungeons below us. We could reach them very shortly, but they look to be well guarded.
3 levels down.
Yes.
So 1 level down is the Coliseum. The level below that is the
Where we were.
Squalor. Did
Indeed.
we see any path down from there?
We
Right?
did.
Yeah, the 2 of you did.
Yes. There were stairs leading further into the levels below.
Was that near where the Minotaur, the other Minotaurs were?
Yes, it was. And given that they had Ripley's blade, in that meeting. We could potentially presume it was in that direct area as well.
I'm beginning to think more and more that Ripley escaped somehow. I don't think those guards would be upset for any other reason. Because what if the king is unable to fulfill his deal?
Oh,
That
that's
would
right.
relieve us of our end of it.
I believe we said something about me attempting to locate Ripley. I have a spell that just might work. It's just a matter of when we want to give it a try.
There's no immediate danger for us right now. I don't see the harm in doing it, so we can figure out what we're doing next.
Very well. Let me take a moment to try and find the location of Ripley. Elvin's going to sort of sit against the wall cross-legged and shut his eyes. And I'm going to cast
Scrying?
Scrying.
Okay.
Let's see, what is this? Wisdom saving throw, modified by how well I know the target, and so on.
And even though Elwyn's been on the ship long enough to like know Ripley, Briar can go ahead and just add supplemental,
Yeah.
very specific details.
Absolutely.
So would the knowledge fall into familiar then? Or would
Yeah.
it just be
It can fall
pertinent?
into familiar with the assistance of
Okay.
Briar.
So that's -5 to the save modifier. And connection, I don't think I have any connections. I have no likeness or picture or possession or body part. So
Sure no.
I hope
it
not.
would
you don't have a piece of Ripley on you?
not a lock of
Not
hair.
a finger or a toe or something?
No.
Would you bring that up to Gideon? I mean, it's possible that one of these other people has something.
Oh yeah. I guess I would ask if anybody has a possession or something that belongs to Ripley.
Lily just quietly nods no. Gideon replies on.
Picture,
I'm sorry, I don't.
body
Ripley
part.
and I were associates at best. We weren't very close.
Well, that's okay. Worth a shot anyway. It's gonna be a Wisdom 17 saving throw for Ripley and -5 on whatever is rolled.
Okay.
So at 12?
So
The DC is 17 still, but like whatever Ripley rolls, -5 from that.
I
yeah.
I see.
Okay. So Elwyn sits down for a moment. Just falls into sort of a meditative trance. Elwyn, at first, you only see thick mists. You can hear the sounds of sort of rushing, crashing water. You get the idea, the perspective that you're on board some sort of a ship. Gazing around, the mist clears up at points, and you can see Ripley on the deck of a ship. I'm going to give you a couple images as well.
Just scroll up.
Oh yeah. I realized where we left off. So yeah, if you just scroll up those last two images, those are the two characters you see. So Ripley is the first, with sort of the shoulder mounted cannons. And below,
Those are so cool.
Below is the Goliath woman who's sort of steering the vessel currently. You see Ripley; she has some sort of device that's projecting this sort of bluish arcane energy. Every now and then, it gives off a small pulse and shoots a line of that energy up into the sky that sort of drifts into the mist, leaving just a bit of a glow. You see Ripley sort of tracking that very carefully and then giving orders to the Goliath. It seems that she's following along with that somehow. For the
Are they
duration.
are they on like open sea, so to speak?
You can't really tell.
Like...
The mists are very, very thick. It sounds like it. It sounds like you can hear sort of the crashing of water, and they're obviously on the deck of a ship. So, but they're in sort of a very thick mist. You can't quite tell. they seem to be moving quite slowly.
How big is the ship?
It's about galleon sized. I'd say you can also see sort of green glow about as well, very reminiscent of those spectral vessels that had attacked the Theros when you first reached the underworld.
Are they saying anything to each other?
No, it's very, very hushed. From what you can hear Ripley sort of giving orders, directional orders to the Goliath.
Hmm.
The Goliath herself is very just stone faced and quiet, gives curt nods respectfully, but they don't exchange much. Every now and then you can hear shouts from towards the front of the vessel, but you can't
For
quite
more
see through the
people.
thickness of that mist exactly who or what they are, and you can't quite hear what they're saying.
Can I make out how many voices, roughly?
Roll perception for me.
Right. 18?
Okay. So you sort of like sit and focus on it. It sounds like you hear at least voices being projected from 3 different directions. One from the back and 2 from the front.
Okay. The directional orders, was there anything informative about them?
Just that you seem to be following that blue glow from whatever device she's holding onto.
Do I recognize what that device might be?
No, it doesn't look familiar to you. It does definitely look arcane in nature, some sort of old artifact maybe, but it's not something that you identify.
Was it something that was on the Thesaurus, like in the artifact room?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
The sort of the coloring of it does a bit match Ripley's armor. It's sort of black red with little gold inlay.
Right. Okay.
Oh, wait, sorry. I have a suggestion. Does she have the sword on her?
Do I see a sword?
You do not. You see her general blade.
Okay.
You don't see that ceremonial sort of blade that she had, that you saw, or that Tacitus saw with the Minotaur.
Got it. Is there any other information that I can gather, or is that about it?
That's about it.
Okay.
So if you come
Owen
back out
sort
of your
of,
cast,
yeah.
I'd say at the last sort of thing that you'd see is they're approaching some sort of landmass. You can see a slight glow of orange in the distance as the spell fades.
Okay. Owen opens his eyes and looks around to the group and says, "Well, I can tell you for sure she's no longer here. Seems she's on a ship somewhere with at least 4 other people, and she's following some sort of guidance from a blue orb. Uh,
Who were the others?
Only one I could see was a Goliath, pink hair.
I'm gonna turn to Briar. Ring any bells?
Would I know the Goliath?
You would know of her.
Wait. I
You would
saw
also
her.
know of her, yes. Tacitus would know of her. I'd
Have
say,
I seen? I think I've seen her too.
yeah, I'd say at
Uh,
least, even if not even directly in the game, you would have all sort of recognized her. She's a very imposing figure, carries that big battle hammer. She's known as the Drowner Queen to most.
I have her in my notes.
Yeah, her full
I'm
name
gonna.
isn't necessarily very well known, but she's sort of like a mercenary type figure.
I think Tass is gonna mutter a Goliath. Gideon, weren't you talking to a Goliath?
Yes, I do know who she is.
Oh, her name
Well,
is Deva, if I recalls.
Indeed.
they're together. There's at least 3 other people with them on that ship, and they're venturing somewhere. It seemed like they were approaching a landmass. Couldn't really make out much except an orange hue, but seems like Ripley has escaped from this place without her ceremonial sword.
Briar's gonna laugh with relief. And also just kind of hammering in on the point. So the contract that the Damned King showed us, it had Ripley's name on it, did it not?
Believe it did.
Yes, because I think that was one of the people that you had questioned.
It was. The only one of her crew that was missing was Cherie.
Judging by what you said about those minotaurs examining Ripley's sword and being upset, it seems like it wasn't too long ago that she escaped. Likely after we arrived.
This place that you saw in your vision, did it remind you of outside of when we were walking around in this
The swamps.
realm?
I'd
Did
say
it?
the mists were familiar,
Hmm.
but you didn't
The
notice
mist?
you were in the swamps area. Sorry, when you portaled in from the deck of the old Theros. You
Right.
didn't see any sort of sea nearby or hear any sort of sea nearby, but the mists are familiar for sure.
Yeah, so I mentioned that the mists are the only thing that was familiar and that they may have just left the landmass of this region.
Question, Bird.
Sure.
Can I do a Arcana check to see if the fact that Ripley is not someone that would be released by the damn king, if that kind of semi null involves the contract?
I'd say uh,
Given I probably signed contracts before with
you have,
Sam and
yeah,
stuff.
you are definitely familiar with this sort of thing, especially with being sort of an adventurer slash mercenary slash hunter. Crix has been through a lot of things. You're familiar with these sort of contracts for sure. Um, I'd say go ahead and roll intelligence, just intelligence. It's not really an Arcana thing.
Just strictly intelligence.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, you're gonna have better luck than me on that.
Maybe 15.
Okay. So from what you know of these contracts, especially the nature of the creature who had you sign them, given his sort of devious nature, like he likely has holes that he's looking to exploit. Obviously, for the
Well, yeah.
most part, anybody that creates these sorts of contracts is always going to try to be exploitive of the nature of it. To your best sort of legal quote unquote understanding of how it works, it
The lawyer that Crix is.
it
Oh
wouldn't
my god.
necessarily void it because his promise was that the crew would be released. Um, if she is out there, then technically that is released. So it would sort of
True.
it would sort of in your mind complete at
wouldn't
least a
be
portion of what he had promised,
it wouldn't be breaking unless somebody
unless he didn't
wasn't
release
being
somebody.
released.
Yeah, unless he chose to keep somebody. If he chose to throw them into the arena to fight like he promised he wouldn't, and something like that would have avoided it. But her being out there, he can just say, "Oh yeah, I let her go."
You'd have to explicitly break a clause.
Yeah,
Yeah, unless the clause was something like they will be returned to you.
right.
Yep.
Like you
So
will meet up with them again.
yeah. I don't know what Ripley's plan is necessarily, but we can at least take comfort in knowing that she's escaped this place for now.
Gideon sort of nods. I never spent much time with Ripley, but I can tell you from experiencing just her nature in combat and in general, she's definitely on some sort of a battle course, I would imagine.
I
She's
don't
not one to
imagine she
take
would
things
just
sitting down.
abandon. Yeah, I don't think she would also just abandon everyone, leave.
Well, she's loyal to her own.
You mentioned
Some
that
of
she
her
was
own are probably still here.
you mentioned that she was following some kind of beam of energies.
Some sort of
Would I
guidance orb.
have any knowledge of that?
Um, I'd say without rolling for anything, that she has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. She's always got sort of gadgets and things that are in her arsenal to complete certain tasks. So you can imagine she's taking advantage of something that she's had for a while, but you wouldn't know exactly what.
Yeah. Yeah. I think what we're doing is still worth going through with to save the rest of the crew because I don't think that she would have been able to get everyone out. I think she would have gotten her and those closest to her, along with anyone else she feasibly could have out.
At least the people capable of escaping with her.
Correct.
Doesn't
Or
change our
perhaps
course.
she got out on her own with a small handful and is planning to return. We don't know.
Yep.
Is she
All
a
we can do is
vengeful person? Would she want to strike against the Dan King? Or would she have her own goals of, like, if all of her crew were gone, would she...
Regardless of if she's vengeful or not, she's a smart person. I don't think she would be stupid enough to do something retaliatory that she couldn't win.
so where does that bring us?
Back to square one, doing what we were doing beforehand, I think.
We
We
leave
also
the
have
rescue of the crew for the end of our bouts then?
I think this just presents a stronger case for us to go to the depths of this labyrinth.
yes. Kavala said that there was something that we would want to know hidden in there, that it would have knowledge for us, and I, for one, am curious to know what that is.
I would love to know how exactly Ripley managed to escape this place. There's a route that could be easily used.
I don't think easily is correct word to use in that thing,
Gideon,
but
Gideon stands up. He says, "Well, if your intention is to venture into the labyrinth, perhaps Lily and I can conduct an investigation of our own to try and figure out what happened with Ripley, or maybe what her plans are, and we can keep tabs on the crew's location in the meantime."
I
That
think
might
that
not
would be
be a
worth
bad
it.
idea.
I also can say that the Minotaur guards, they know. They've been talking about it, or presumably something related to it, every time we approach them, and they stop and get back into their formation when we're too close. If you're able to eavesdrop on them, I think
Talking
they would
Well,
may
have the most
be
information.
a strong word. I don't know if what we saw them doing down in the depths could be described as talking.
The ones that we've passed in the upper levels have been talking rather than whatever telepathic communication they have. But yes, some sort of magic to allow you to read thoughts would go beyond just listening.
we shall do our best, to be sure.
I wonder if they've reported this to the damned king yet.
Chances are they probably have, or he probably knows in some regards.
There's very little chance that he does not know. I think it is better for us to assume that he knows. I don't think we can exploit any weaknesses in these guards.
I wonder what their panic is for in that case.
I doubt
Can't
that the
imagine.
king is someone that they want to be irritated with them.
Do
True.
find it I do find it interesting that they are talking to one another, if that is the case, considering I was under the assumption that they're under his full control, like completely, which means that they still have some of their personality or mindsets.
True. Why would they be worried?
Right.
That's the thing that bugs me the most about this situation. They're not behaving in the way I assumed they would be.
I figured they'd be puppet.
Well,
I mean,
I'd
I
say
imagine they're
relieve.
puppets in some regards where they don't have complete control over their will, but he hasn't completely erased them either.
I agree. I say we leave this investigation to Gideon and Lily while we investigate this labyrinth. Splitting our efforts should be useful.
Briar, this map that you saw, can you I know this is a difficult ask, but does any of it seem familiar to what we saw?
So putting together what I saw of the little drawn map with what we know of the Coliseum layout so far, do I have a pretty good idea of like where that is?
Yes, you have a very strong idea of how to reach it.
And is it anywhere we've been yet?
It's sort of close to where you had met that skeletal seer.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and share that
You just know
it
that
is in that area.
it's on a lower level.
So it does not intersect with where we saw the Minotaur.
It does not. No, that would be off. Sort of if you exited down at the nearest entry point to the stairs leading out from your room, which is very close. It's just sort of a walk directly, like diagonally off across towards one of the Coliseum entryways. The staircase leads down. You would move straight down that hallway to the north, whereas you had gone off to the west, sort of west northwest location, where you would encounter the Minotaur meetings. In this instance, you would be going north northeast and down a staircase closer to where the skeletal seer was located.
I only wonder if there's some chance of us finding another path from this labyrinth to the areas that the crew is being held.
I mean, it's not impossible, but I don't think there's going to be much overlap.
Well, I suppose we should just keep our eyes open there, see if there's anything that that seems to be out of the ordinary for what you know, that you should investigate it thoroughly.
Agreed.
Well, guess we should get going then. We got a labyrinth to
Yeah.
explore before we
Uh,
get our third bout. That is.
and before we leave this area entirely, we're good ignoring that Tristos fellow.
Uh, that's
Or
a
would
good
you like
point.
to pop in and pay a visit before we could be on our way?
Seems like a pain.
Did he demand our presence, or
Requested.
Did it feel more like a demand or a request?
Definitely felt like a request. It's you know you don't feel like you'd have any blowback ignoring it for sure. Sort of
I
what you
think
know of him is that he's sort of one of these guys that is maybe hedging these fights and brings in powerful talent basically. So his interest in you, I'd say from your best idea is that he wants you to join his little force.
right. Um, I think it was more of a at your convenience type thing. So I'm sure we can visit him tomorrow if we so felt like it.
Okay, fair enough.
I have no desire to treat with more lords.
I am more concerned about the possibility of the damned king sending his lackeys to come look for us for whatever reason.
He told us we had free reign to move around. This is technically within the Coliseum.
Yeah, I guess we could just blame them for not being able to find us.
Gideon sort of looks at you as if anybody should come searching for you while you're in the labyrinth, and we happen to cross paths, we'll create some sort of distraction, or at least give you an alibi of some kind.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thinking about it, what you just kind of semi-mentioned, I am concerned about one thing. Every time we've had a bout, or someone else has a bout, that damn goblin finds us.
He's who I
Is
was
it
mainly concerned about.
right? But that makes me question: is there a way that they have eyes on us all the time?
They did tell us we were being watched, didn't they?
Right. So
Do you think that there's some sort of magic way they know where we are?
Either that or they're using the Minotaurs to communicate across if they are doing things telepathically to say where people are. If they're the network and eyes of the place, but there is magical possibilities that we might be always watched. Will.
I think that we should count on it. I think we should assume that we're being watched. But I
You
think we should
know,
do it anyways.
I do
Oh,
have a spell
I
that
absolutely think we should as well. I think if anything, it would be amusing to him.
I do happen to have a spell that could disguise us all if we so felt like it. Just a
I think
suggestion.
this is. I don't think that we need this much precaution. If they wanted to stop us from going to the catacombs, they would have.
Well, we can see whether they do so or not as we get there.
Sounds fair. We talked about it enough, so they're going to.
If we end up with guards in our face stopping us from going down there, we'll just have to find another way.
Or we just push through.
Or we push through. Okay, let's go then.
Okay. So you all exit. Briar, you sort of know the way, so you can lead the rest of the group down through the pathways. As you move down the staircase, this time you notice there are no Minotaur at the foot of the stairs. There are no guards here. Looking about, far down the circular hallway leading to the northwest area of the Coliseum, you do see a group of 4 Minotaur who are sort of running. Not at a very fast pace, it's like very like light jog, but they're running in the direction of Sevian Fate's throne room. Continuing down, do you want to cross right over and move downstairs?
Do we care to look into that?
If anything, this provides a good opportunity for us to move without being seen.
I say we take advantage.
Gideon nods. He looks to you all. We'll follow this. Good luck. I'm sure we'll meet again shortly.
Good luck to you as well.
Be safe.
He nods, and him and Lily sort of rush off at a hurried pace after those Minotaur.
Let's go.
Okay. So you move down the sort of narrow staircase into the area below. You do hear what sounds like commotion in a lot of different areas in the hallways here, coming from almost every direction. You don't really see anything. Every now and then you'll see a shadow move past quickly down one of the end of the hallways, around a corner.
When you say commotion, is any of it like recognizable?
No, it's very unintelligible. Every now and then you'll hear sort of like the echo of a shout or a crash, something along those lines. If you want to roll a perception, Tacitus?
Sure. I'm not gonna stop, but like if I happen to notice anything, I'd like to 6.
Yeah, you listen very closely. It's hard to make out anything happening specifically. You sort of get the idea that maybe they're preparing for another fight. I'd say you hear the sounds of what sounds like the bars splitting and opening. You do hear the echo of what sounds like some sort of spellcast, but you can't make out any detail. But for the most part, it just sounds like noises you would expect to hear in this sort of an area as you progress through. Briar, you're able to, just via your memory, continue along the pathway. You pass a location where that skeletal seer used to be sitting. The table is empty now. All those bones are still sitting scattered out on the table, but the seer is not present.
Does it look like they voluntarily left? Or does it look like there was some kind of altercation?
There's no signs of a fight or an altercation. Just didn't leave anything behind aside from that scattered bones on the table.
All right.
Okay, so you move past. There's a small staircase that leads down to the lower level. You continue down that staircase. Down a few more corners. It's a lot quieter down here. You pass by a couple hallways where you do see not the Minotaur guards, but the more obviously like captured souls of Sevian, the guards in the more leather armor. Very crude spears, obviously just meant to tend to the sort of less troublesome prisoners.
Hmm.
You see them every now and then. They're not very threatening at all. Most of them are also very thin and, on some levels of starvation. They don't seem to even look at you or notice you as you pass. You don't really even have to bother trying to stealth around them. They all just seem sort of blankly staring on, lifelessly almost. But you do make it down to the entryway to the chamber that you recall from the map that Gavala had presented you. You enter into sort of like a stone. What's up?
Oh, I was just gonna say, at this entryway, does anything look particularly like weird, or like is it particularly notable in any way?
It's a lot more well lit. I'm going to give you an image here of the chamber that you walk into. So it's all very torch lit, very sandstone like. There's some shelves with just looks like very unused cooking utensils, pots, pans, cups, things of that nature. Some very strange looking statues. You also see several of those wooden casket like structures lying about. They're mostly smashed and damaged in various states of decay. There is a bonfire lit. Crix, you can tell obviously that it's some sort of an arcane spell. It's sort of eternally burning fire.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for traps as we proceed.
Okay.
Same.
There's a couple little side rooms with little beds, very, very ugly looking cots, mostly of just straw and hay. But nobody seems to be down here. There is one dark, looming doorway on the opposite end of the room, which you can assume is the entrance to the labyrinth. It has a sort of maze-like symbol above the archway that leads in, and it is very dark past that doorway. You can't see a single thing.
Even with dark vision.
Right.
Interesting. Can I examine
Magical.
the symbol?
Yeah, investigation.
Is it magical darkness?
You have to sort of walk in there to tell.
24.
Okay. Investigating the symbol, it feels strangely familiar to you. It has sort of circular formations that break off into multiple lines and corridors. It gives you the image of a maze, but there's at the center of it what looks like the face of a creature. Nothing that you recognize of Theros, but somehow it does seem very strangely familiar to you. You just can't pinpoint exactly how. I'd
Do
say
you have
looking
an image of this thing?
all of you looking at it. I don't have an exact image of it on me, but I can send it to you. I don't know where I left it. I don't feel like digging for it right now, but I'll send it to you. But I will
That's
say, just imagine the image of a maze with a face at the middle. The face itself is very thin, narrow, bony. It has 3 eyes, 2 where you'd expect them to be, and then one slightly below, around where a nose would be. The face doesn't have a nose, no mouth. But all of you, when you look at it, seems familiar. It's like you recognize it, you just can't quite figure where.
Can we do any sort of roll?
No, it's sort of outside your realm of understanding.
Okay.
It's just a feeling that you get. Like you've
So
seen
that's
it before.
darkness. Does my double sight not work on it?
Do you
I
want to
can
move
see
inside?
through.
From the outside, you
Um,
just see black.
okay, so even from the outside, double sight doesn't work. Okay.
Uh,
I don't know.
So with the entrance, is it a door or is it just like,
A black portal.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
just
like a black portal?
yeah, it's sort of an archway, 6x6, leading into this darkness.
Well, guess we
Stepping up
should go
to
in
it
then.
and investigating the symbol, you do sort of hear like wind howling on the inside every now and then. You can't feel any gusts coming out. You'll hear creaking every now and then. You'll hear scratching or skittering from the inside.
Interesting.
Are there torches like on the walls here?
Yes, several.
I'm gonna grab one if I can.
Okay. Yeah, you can pull it right off the wall very easily.
Um, I'm just gonna like walk up to the door to see like how like being near it with the torch like looks.
So sort of approaching it, as you get closer and bring the torch closer, it almost looks like solid stone. And you can see shadows almost impressed upon it as the torch comes closer.
I think I'm just gonna stick my head in it.
The
Uh,
head before the hand. All right.
so yeah,
Yeah.
Elwin, you stick your head right in. From the inside, you push right through. The rest of the group, you just sort of see Elwin's head disappear behind this black, almost gate. It ripples a little bit as his head passes through.
My God, he's been decapitated.
God.
Inside, you
Uh-huh.
simply see very narrow stone hallways. It goes off to the left, to the right. You see multiple pathways leading on. The hallway itself is very narrow. It's maybe 5 feet across, 6 feet tall.
Is it
Uh,
dark inside as well?
it's not dark inside. It's sort of it's dim light,
Okay.
but you can see pretty
I'm gonna
clearly through.
turn to Crix and say, if we see any children, we fight them.
I'm gonna stick my head back out and turn around and say, "It looks like a labyrinth to me."
So, does anyone remember exactly where we're going in this place?
Did
No
Kamali
idea.
give us like a guide or just how to get here?
He just gave you a map on how to get here. He basically what he told you on the inside. There are creatures that can't see.
Creatures that
Okay.
what?
That can't see.
Oh.
Things that have other means of telling people are there.
Yes.
Well, we've got a labyrinth to explore, I guess.
Are we moving inside?
We might as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And Crix as well.
Yeah. So, do we know 100% what we're looking for? Is it an object or?
Graves of 3 old gods.
He identified it as a tomb.
2
A
old
tomb
gods.
of elder gods.
Sure, we'll recognize the tomb when we find it.
Okay. Did he say what his gods' names were? I don't
He did not.
recall.
No.
He
All
just
we
said
know
that we
is
wouldn't know them.
if we find gods that are not the ones we know of Theros, then I'm sure that's the ones we're looking for.
Can I say that I have like a small like metal dagger?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna like just upon hearing like the description of this area, I'm just gonna like pull it out of like my, I guess like a back holster or something.
Okay. Tacitus pulls a dagger, and do you move through this sort of dark entryway?
I walked through.
Okay. Everybody else as well, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So as you pass through into the hallway beyond, that sort of black wall slowly shifts into stone,
Oh.
sort of closing the entryway behind you, it would appear.
And if we touch it, is it solid?
It is solid stone.
Oh, no way but forward, I suppose.
Well,
we have somebody who knows how to make stone do what they want.
That's true.
Tacitus is going to sigh, I guess, and just put the knife back.
So I could do that, but we didn't have a proper rest.
Well,
That's
I was
fine.
planning on tracking where we. Well, I may as well. I may as well track the way we go, so that if we need to come back this way, we can.
Yeah, mark the stones. I think
Yeah.
that's well worth it.
looks like forward it is then. However, we need to pick a direction that we're going in.
Yeah.
So from the inside, there's 2 pathways in front of to the left and to the right. Obviously, they continue along the wall that you came in from. Do you want to go left or right?
Well, first I want to see if Tacitus marks the stone. Does this mark stay?
Yeah, sort of etching the dagger into the stone. How do you want to just want to like mark an X, or what are you trying to?
Yeah, like if I'm just testing it right now, I'm just gonna like scrape an X in. Yeah.
Yeah, it does stay. Sort of sitting there
Okay.
for a minute or so. You can watch it. It does stay.
Okay. If whichever way I'll just say I have no opinion on which way we go. Just give me the time to track where we're headed.
Okay. Yeah. Given where we came in from the main Coliseum, whatever, um, would I have a sense of direction, left or right, for which one would be going more towards the center?
I mean, you can assume the center is in front of you.
Oh,
Somewhere.
okay.
Yeah.
And my north thing doesn't work in here.
No.
Still, I'm assuming.
No. Every
Okay.
time you try to fall into that, you get that same sort of dizzy spell almost.
The one really useful thing I have and just disappeared.
So left or right?
Oh, if no one has
Left
an
it is.
opinion, let's go left.
I guess as we get to the intersection on the like wall in front of us, I'm assuming it's like a T shape, right?
So moving in is sort of a T-shaped. If you follow left, there's two pathways that move to the right, and then a wall at the end that leads to another passageway.
Okay, well, I guess just at the intersection, what I want to do is I want to like make a arrow like from where we came from that like goes up and then turns left and like make an arrowhead. Like make it indicate, oh yes, we made a turn left here.
Okay.
Does that make
Now,
sense?
yeah, sure. Yeah, you can definitely mark. As
And
you
I'll just like put like a 1 above that.
Okay, so you just want to like make marks and numerically identify.
Yeah.
Okay. So you continue along. I'd say, do you want to move down one of those passageways that you move through, the first two passageways, or do you want to move to the end of this line?
Let's move to the end.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess as we do this, I'm just gonna keep my left hand on the wall.
Okay. So
Watch the traps.
as you walk along, the group of you hear a bit of a sort of a scratching or a skittering above and behind you, and you hear a very light feminine giggle. Just for a moment, and it sort of fades away. Continue on.
I think
Company.
Tass is gonna sigh if he heard it.
You did. All of you heard it.
He's going to audibly sigh then.
Company so soon. I say we keep moving until something confronts us.
Okay.
Um, these creatures can't see us. Is that what we were told?
You were told there are creatures in here that can't see you,
Not
specifically.
necessarily all creatures, then.
Right. But continuing on, so you reach the wall, and there's a right hand turn basically that you would just go around this wall, make another left, and then a right. You reach sort of a crossroads. To the left, there's a dead end with a sconce with a very bright flame burning, bright orange flame, and then a pathway that would lead off to basically directly away from the wall that you would come in from. Do you want to?
So one path has a sconce and the other path is going away from it?
Yes.
You just said it's bright. Is that the only notable thing about it?
Off to the left is the dead end with the sconce, and it's just a very bright orange flame.
Does it seem
False.
magical in nature?
Yes.
Is it a fake dead end? I wonder.
Could be. It's worth going over there and picking it up.
Let's check it out.
Tacitus, you want to trade torches? This one's brighter.
I'll hand this one back to her.
And you want to grab the other?
Yeah.
The second you grab it, you hear click, 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 click
Oh.
somewhere in the walls beyond. And off to.
I'm going to back up very fast.
As you
I
back
should've
up, you
known.
look back to the left, and that wall that you had come through is slowly sealing itself in,
Huh.
sort of blocking the pathway that you came in from. You can also hear sort of scraping of stone out in front of you. It gives you the impression that the maze is changing or altering somehow.
Interesting.
If I rush back, can I attempt to? I am not going to like throw all of my weight under it, but I'm going to try and see how much it's pushing down. Like I want to like try and prevent it, but not like endanger myself.
Okay. Yeah. Roll strength.
Just straight strength.
Yes.
15.
Okay. So yeah, Tacitus rushes over and sort of gets against that wall that's slowly closing. It's only about like 20 or 30% closed when the time you reach it. You shove against it, and you feel that you do give a bit of resistance against the wall, but it's still too strong for you to completely keep it from moving just with your own strength. It's sort of slowly pushing you backwards. You're able to slow it down a little bit, but you can't completely stop it.
Tacitus, out of curiosity, can you replace the torch and put it back on the sconce?
My hands are kind of full right now. I'll hand this back. I'll hold the torch back.
All right. I'll
Do you
take
wanna-
the.
You want to stay pushing against that wall?
Yeah.
Okay. It is still slowly closing in, so it's good if you stay there. It is going to separate you from the group if it fully closes.
I'm going to wait until
Like the last second.
not the last second, but like closer.
Gotcha.
I guess.
Yeah. Can I lean against the wall to see if it like slows it down even more?
You want to get alongside Tacitus?
Yeah. I just want to see if like we can like
Okay.
really slow it down or not for
Yeah,
like future reference.
Roll strength as well.
16.
Okay, so yeah, Crix gets in there and just throws himself against the wall. You do feel like it's moving a bit slower. It's still pushing you guys back very slowly, but you are creating at least some sort of a hold. You don't feel like you can stop it completely, but you are slowing it down to an extent. Briar, are you going to go and put that torch back onto the sconce?
I'm gonna ask. So my thought process here is, if I put the torch
Hurry!
back, will this reopen?
The
dice
on his.
Fine, sure.
Briar casually as Crix and Tacitus are violently forcing this wall back.
I'll go back to it. I'll go back to
Briar.
the sconce and put the torch back in it.
Briar's
Okay.
like, so here's the theory. Pulls out a whiteboard.
So you put the torch back, and that wall is still closing. You still hear the clicking and creaking and the stone sort of dragging and scraping back. It's still pushing you back into the hallway beyond that you had come from.
Interesting. So it's
Make
a
a
one-way ticket.
decision. Which way?
The
Question.
new way. Go forward.
I have a question. The
What's up?
door that's the way that's closing, that's the way we came from.
Yes.
What's in the other direction? Like what paths remain
If
once
sort
that
of
closes?
as that's happening, if you move towards the intersection in front of you, there's another pathway to the right that goes around a corner and continues on, and a pathway to the left that has some sort of a light glow to it, as if there's some larger chamber beyond to the left.
I want to keep
Okay,
going down this new
I'm-
one. Who cares
gonna
about the
turn-
path closing behind?
I'm gonna turn back to Tacitus to Crix and say, I say we go this way, and point towards the new paths that we have available.
I'll like
Yes.
nod my head and say for Crix to go first.
Right. That's right. I'll leave you here. It was nice knowing you, Tacitus.
I'm gonna follow like
Okay.
right after he says that.
So yeah, Crix tucks out, and you were able to slide in. It's about 80% closed as you sort of just squeeze yourself through, and the wall quickly then seals itself.
With it closing, I would like to take a really quick peek just to see how thick this wall is that's enclosed.
It looks like it's about probably 20 feet wide, as you sort
Okay.
of had moved around it. Just very rough stone, smoothed out in certain areas, but also very rough in others. So continuing on. Yes, no.
I'm gonna look to the path that had that glow to it.
Okay.
And just
So
keep
you-
around that corner.
Yep, you had moved forward, sort of away from that sconce that had been grabbed, and off to the left. It's just a very short corner. You basically turn around a wall and look to your right, and the interior looks like some sort of chamber. It's got a light glow coming from the right-hand side of the room. Do you want to enter?
I'm just gonna peek in there not fully entering, but just looking to see what's around.
Okay. So off to the left, there looks to be just wooden tables. What appear to be uh, urns, possibly small marbled like vases with plugged tops. There's ash and dirt scattered all along the floor. Off to the right, there's two more lit sconces above what looks to be an altar of some kind and a very beautiful red carpet.
Is this a closed chamber? Are there any other paths out of it?
Just peeking in, you don't see any other exits or entryways in.
Okay, and then the other way was there was a pathway that turned a corner, right? That was the other route that you said.
Yeah, if you had not turned left to go into this room, there was a right-hand corner that you could have turned.
Okay. I'm gonna look to the group and say there's a chamber of sorts. Do we want to look into it or go back and take the other path?
We're looking for a tomb, right?
Correct.
That was the
Correct.
plan.
Does this look like a tomb?
Do you move in? Do you want to look inside, or are you just
Probably.
asking Ellen?
I'm asking that to Elwin.
From a glance, don't know if it necessarily looked like a tomb. There was an altar and some urns that were closed, but I don't know if it looked particularly tomb-ish. We could look around in there, spend a few minutes just to see what's there. Probably wouldn't hurt.
Moving inside.
I'm gonna take the rear.
Okay.
Let's seems like those sconces might rearrange the maze a little bit, so I wouldn't want to touch them anymore.
Everybody moving inside this chamber.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
So you make your way inside. Again, it's a very dimly lit chamber. To the left, probably just about 10 feet to the wall on your left, there's just a small wooden table again with those urn-looking vases sitting on the top, 4 of them. They each have like the depiction of a face ingrained in them. The
Same
face
face as
is
before.
no different from the symbol upon entering. Very different. These seem mostly human. One of them has a bit more lizard-like features, lizard folk-like features, but the rest of them seem human. Off to the left of that, in the opposite corner of the room, there's a couple like broken chairs, damaged, and an open section of wall that looks like something was trying to chisel through it. It's got a bit of damage, a lot of scratch marks, and you see a broken pick, stone pick, laying on the ground next to it. On the opposite end of the room, to your right-hand side as you enter, is those 2 sconces. There's 3 barrels to the right and 1 barrel to the left of an altar, with the image of a minotaur hanging above.
would it, by chance, be a depiction of Mogos?
Do you want to go check it out?
Mm. No. So we just stepped into the room. Like, we're not that far into it.
You just stepped in, yes.
How big is the room?
So like looking off to the left, it's just about 10 feet to the wall on your left. It's about 50 feet opposite that to the wall on the opposite side, which would be in front of you. And it's about probably off to the right another 60 feet to the altar.
I don't like the look of that pick. It suggests that something was perhaps trapped in here and trying to get out.
There any skeleton?
Investigation.
Investigation 21.
Okay. So I'd also ask, are you want to investigate standing still here in the center, or do you want to move into the room and investigate things?
It's Crix. He's gonna probably move in.
Okay. So walking around, if you approach the pick, you do see bones nearby. You can't identify what species they are. It looks like maybe legs or spine-like bones, maybe a rib. It's hard to tell, but it looks like whatever it was, maybe something dragged the rest of it away. You don't see any other bones. There's likely only one creature in here that was sort of trying to break its way out of the wall there. Looks like it didn't make a whole lot of progress, maybe a couple inches indentation into the wall. The rest of the wall is scraped up where you can see the pick made contact, but didn't do a whole lot of damage to the stone. There's really no other signs of life or interaction with most of these things. Everything seems sort of dusty. There's a lot of webs and cobwebs sticking around different areas. The altar itself, approaching it, you do recognize the face of the Minotaur, a star-like depiction of the constellation that depicts Mogus. The altar itself is very sort of clean, where most of the room is dusty and dirty. This altar is spotless.
Something's taking care of this. Either magic or something else.
I'm inclined to agree with Tacitus, though, in that this doesn't particularly look like it's a tomb or getting us any closer to one.
Considering that the floor was kind of dusty and stuff, do I see any tracks that might have been left behind?
You can investigation as well. Or nature, if you'd like. Nature or investigation, whichever you prefer.
Let's see which one is. Nature or investigation for sure. That's going to be 24.
Okay. So looking about, you do see a number of very, very light, possibly old tracks. You can't tell exactly, but they're sort of dusted over for the most part. But they look like paw prints for the most part. But little larger than your own footprint.
Mm.
There's just maybe 3 or 4 of them around the chamber that are still present. From your investigation, you can see that something possibly moved into this chamber, approached the altar, approached one of the tables possibly, and then made their way back out.
Can you see the constellation that relates to Mogus from like the entryway?
Not from the entryway. It sort of just glints very lightly with gems as you approach it.
Am I able to discern what path they took in the room? Like sort of where they started, where they ended?
No, the footprints are a little too scattered. There's not very many of them in place. Sort of where you find them, you can sort of identify that the creature, whatever it was or whatever they were, stood in these locations or passed by these locations, but you can't identify the path they took exactly.
And you said they stood by the table and by the altar?
Yes.
Can I investigate the altar a little bit, see if there's any sort of hidden compartments or something in there?
So yeah, approaching the altar itself, there's just a very small, fine cloth, looks like silk, resting on the top of it. There's a few drops of blood in the top right-hand corner of it. Looks like dried and old, so nothing recent. Going off your same investigation roll here, you don't find any sort of traps or compartments or anything like that. The barrels on the right-hand side look sealed and very old. So whatever's inside they've just been sitting here for a very long time unused.
Seeing Crix and Elwyn like having walked into the room, I think Tacitus is going to follow and
Okay.
just like sort of glance around. Would I be able to see the Minotaur?
Yes. Yeah, and you can absolutely make out the constellation of Mogus.
Okay. Is there anything I would know about how would I phrase this? Like rituals done in his temples?
Any sort of ritual or adoration of Mogus involves some level of sacrifice.
Bloodshed, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I guess what I mean by that is like, does this table in front of us, like this altar, look like a sacrificial thing?
It doesn't necessarily look like what you recognize as most of Mogus's altars. Most of them are just covered in blood. It's never cleaned. So everything that's sacrificed, what's left of it is left behind on that altar, and it's just over and over again things are killed and left behind. This one, you do notice the same few little drops of dried blood in the top corner, but it doesn't look like it's very much used. Like nothing has been killed or slaughtered here. It's very strange. for an altar of Mogus.
Well, I don't know if there's much of value to us here in this chamber at the moment. I say we carry on.
Briar, you're still in the doorway.
Yeah.
Roll perception.
Ooh.
24.
Okay, you sort of like you get the idea that you're being watched for a moment. Spinning around to your right-hand side, you see two white glowing eyes in the stone of the wall behind you, sort of the opposite direction. If you had turned right instead of left to come into this chamber, you see two very like glowing white orbs that appear to be eyes. When you see them, they see you. They blink for a moment and then flash off and disappear into the stone.
I'm guessing this is nothing I've ever seen before.
No.
Yep. I'm gonna tell the others, hey, we've got company.
Oh,
Don't like the sound of that.
how many?
Just one for now. And it's skittish company. It left when it saw me see it.
So not necessarily immediately hostile.
Where was it?
In the stone.
In the stone.
Two white glowing eyes. Or at
Something
least I
keeping
think
an
they were
eye.
eyes.
Something keeping an eye on us.
Does that sound like anything I've ever heard of?
Not necessarily. No, I mean that with that, there's not enough description anyway. Just two glowing eyes and a stone wall doesn't really call upon anything that you recognize.
Okay. I think I was going mainly for like, is there like, based on my limited knowledge of like Mogus, like is that a creature that sounds familiar? Like
No,
in
not at all.
okay, in, like his like religion.
Yeah, not even remotely.
Okay.
Anything involving Mogus is very loud and violent and savage. There's nothing really quiet or stealthy about
Oh.
anything involving Mogus.
We want to check anything else in here?
I'm ready to move on personally.
Continuing on then, unless anybody has any
Let's
objections.
go towards the thing that was watching, I guess.
Oh, we had one other route available to us. It seemed like it went around a corner.
Yep, and that's
Should
sort of
go
where
that
those
way.
eyes appeared. You want to head that direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have
So
any other paths available to us, right? That's
no,
the only
just
other way.
the right hand turn that you came from that is now blocked.
Okay.
Okay. So without any objections, you continue through. You reach that wall on the opposite hand side. You turn right, make a quick left, and it brings you to another intersection. There's a path, sort of turning around this corner. There's a path in front of you that leads to a hallway that continues to the left, and there's another sort of corner like hallway that moves to the right. So do you want to move ahead and left, or do you want to turn right?
I'm
And
okay
we
with
can't discern
either.
anything about either direction. They both seem the same.
Yeah, everything about these hallways is identical. Aside from the chamber was the first sort of differing thing that you'd seen. Everything else is just gray stone. Some of it is very nicely smooth in certain areas, and the rest of it is very rough and rugged. There's cobwebs and spider webs in different areas. Every now and then you'll pass like wooden ruins of like barrels or a table or chair, some level of furniture. It's just rotted and decayed, but nothing that is like discernible. No landmarks of any kind.
Does either direction look more recently used? Like less cobwebby and dusty?
Investigation.
The thing I'm very good at. Oh wow, 17.
So looking about and peering in both directions, the pathway off to the right, you notice what looks like claw marks etched into the wall. 3 lines. It looked like something had dragged its claws along the wall as it passed by. You can't tell exactly how recent, but it differs from the opposite pathway where you don't see any sort of markings like that.
I'm gonna like rub my like finger over it.
It feels stolid. There's a little bit of an indentation where the claws sort of scrape their way in. Looks recent.
I'll just say to the others, marking this way.
So do we want to go towards the activity or away from it?
Well, I'd say towards the activity is probably the correct direction, but who's to say? I don't know for sure. I'm okay with either path.
Do you have an opinion,
Where
Crix?
Not really. This place is, as you say, a labyrinth, so any direction's gonna get us flippy turny. So it's a matter of guessing.
where would this creature be heading? The one that made these markings.
And do you
Maybe.
have an opinion, Tacitus?
No.
Let's go this direction.
Direction of the markings.
Yeah.
Okay. So following around, it leads you up. You move, so you turn right, and then there's another left-hand turn, continuing off in the same direction that you came. Leads to a dead end, leaving you only a direction to move up and around. So you continue on, following a corridor to the left. You move around and make another sort of U-turn to the corridor on the opposite side, and it does lead to an absolute dead end.
Can I examine this dead end to see if it's real or if it might be a false dead end?
Yeah, do you just want to investigate normally, or do you want to do anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna yeah, just investigate the wall just to see if it's like a real wall or if it's maybe a false wall or something like that.
Yeah, roll investigation.
15 plus 6, 21.
Okay. You sort of like feel around the wall. You don't see any like indentations on the wall itself, but you do sort of make out uh, the opposite side of it, the right hand side of it, has sort of like crease in it that leads you to believe this is one of these walls that shifts and changes, sort of like the one that closed you in.
Do I see a sconce anywhere?
No, nothing in sight.
Back the other way.
It seems like this wall is one that shifts. I just can't see where the mechanism to trigger it is.
I mean, it very could, well, it could be the one we've already done.
That's true. Or the mechanism might just be on the other side of the wall.
Yes, both possibilities. But regardless, we're not moving through here unless we have some sort of trigger.
All right, back the other way then.
Or do you want to? Briar will look. Are any of the stones on the wall like bricks or things that look like they could move?
You
Like
can
a button to press?
roll investigation as well.
18.
Okay. So looking around, you sort of press into the stone in various areas. Nothing seems to move or change. It all feels very solid. Sort of as you're like investigating this door, there's a gust of wind that sort of blows in from behind you all. Not very strong, but it's enough to sort of blow your hair about, blow your clothes about, and it's has a very dank smell to it. You hear a whisper above you, sort of up above in the corner of the wall to your left. It's a very first like a very slight giggle again. This one more of like a masculine giggle, saying, "Ah, they don't know." And then from the opposite side, there's a response. It was more of a feminine, a very another light giggle. It says, "No, they're stupid. They don't know where they're going."
I'm gonna look at them and just say, well, would you like to maybe tell us where we should go then, since you two know so much?
As you respond, you hear sort of like a skittering. It moves along the ceiling this time in a way back the way you came.
Seems like an
Um,
answer.
I guess we follow. Maybe could be a trap. Who knows?
I mean, we have to go back that way anyways.
Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna follow after the skittering.
Okay. It's moving at a pretty fast pace. Do you want to try and keep up with it?
At least in visual range, I guess.
You can't really see them. You can't see anything. It's just you hear it.
Uh, um, how fast do I need to like sprint, or is it like a brisk walk?
At first, it's a bit of a brisk walk. You turn the corner, the first corner that you came. As you round that corner, it starts to pick up speed, and to the point where you have to like maintain a jog to keep up with it.
Hmm. Do I see which what direction did it seem like it was heading in?
There's only one direction to go, like as far as the corridor is concerned. So you would just follow the corridor. It follows down back the way you came, and then down again, leading off in the direction towards that chamber that you had been investigating. Just following in the couple corners.
Okay.
Do you want to keep just jogging along and following, and the rest of the group are you as well?
Uh, I don't know if I'm going to run after them. I'm probably just gonna keep to a like brisk walk.
Okay. Everybody else, are you just like jogging to keep up?
Yeah, following behind.
But I'm
Tacitus
not. I'm
and
not
Briar.
jogging after them. So are you guys jogging after them, or are you guys just sort of walking like I am?
I just asked them if they're
I'm
keeping
trying.
up with you. That's all.
I would be just trying to keep up with you.
Okay, so we're just both at a brisk walk.
Briar and Tacitus as well.
Yep.
I mean, if it's going back
Um,
to that chamber, do we want to go back to that chamber or do we want to keep going down this other path?
Well, you don't know exactly where it's leading yet. I'm asking if you want to maintain pace with Elwyn to follow along with this.
Sure.
Okay. So as you reach sort of that cross section, the sound stops right in front of that pathway, the one that you haven't taken yet.
well, that way it is then, I suppose.
Let's go.
Okay, so you move up and around a corner to your left. Um, what's your marching order right now? Who's in the lead?
Suppose I am.
Okay, Elwyn's in the
I'll-
lead.
I'll follow Elwyn.
Okay.
I'll be last, I suppose.
Okay, so Crix and Tacitus. So Tacitus, as you're sort of moving with the group, lingering just a bit behind, you feel a very wet slap on the back of your neck, almost like a tongue dragging itself along, like up towards the top of your head.
Can I, like, as I feel that, like, reach back, like, as fast as I can to try and grab it?
Yeah, roll sleight of hand.
Wild.
21.
Okay, so you reach back, you grab onto something very like fleshy and wet, and it immediately rips itself out of your grip. Um, you're left with this very slimy snot-like residue on your hand. And looking back in the direction where you felt it, it's just darkness. You don't see anything. Do you notify the rest of the party, or you just want to turn around and keep going?
I'm just gonna say, hold up 1 second.
All right.
Stop, turn.
What's going on?
There's something following us.
Well, we know that.
I'm just gonna give her a look. Something that either was trying to eat me or something that was trying to play a trick. I felt a tongue.
Elwyn, as Tacitus is explaining this, on your right-hand side, you feel almost like the warmth of breath on your neck, and you hear a very slight whisper, "I want this one."
I turn my head to look at it.
There's nothing there.
What did it say exactly?
It said, "I want this one."
I'm just gonna start laughing a little bit when I hear that. Um, And then I'm going to say, well, it looks like they are certainly quite the tricksters, these ones.
Tricksters or just a-holes?
Hmm,
Why
who
not
knows?
both?
I mean,
Um,
there can only be one of me.
What's up, Tassus?
No?
I'm just looking at some stuff that I have.
Okay. Are you all just holding position here right now?
Yeah.
All right,
Suppose.
let's see. Maybe this would work. I don't know. I'm gonna cast detect magic.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to look around to see if I pick up on anything.
Okay. So as you cast the spell and glance about, um, what's the range of detect magic again? 30 feet? Is it
60?
Mag-
60?
I think it's 60. Give me a second.
Let me double check it. I can pull it up too.
Detect magic. Preserve 30 feet.
30 feet. Okay. So looking around, within 30 feet, you see through multiple sections of wall, various glows. You definitely see a couple that resemble illusion magic. There's one very sort of dark, ominous glow that resembles a conjuration of some kind. And further, if you would continue on and like move to the right where this corridor leads, you get the essence of necromancy.
So I still don't see anything, even though I have blind sight.
You don't see any creatures or anything though.
Uh,
I suppose.
Next.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say necromancy and illusion magics in this area.
I say we ignore them and carry on our way.
Everybody cool with continuing on?
Yeah, let's keep moving.
Okay. So you come to another cross. Moving around a corner, there's another pathway that leads off to your right hand side. This one it's a little darker than most that you've seen. Continuing on through the space in the wall, moving forward though, there's a corridor that leads around to the right, and what looks like the entryway to another chamber along the wall. On the left hand side, where you continue around that pathway.
And Crix, you said you see illusion magic. Is any of that coming up here?
It's further off, sort of behind you now as you pass into this sort of optional turns here.
Oh, back that way.
Do we want to go to the illusion?
Might be
Valid
worth
question.
investigating. It may be worth investigating.
So would you like to continue forward and turn right, or do you want to turn immediately right and move into the darker corridors?
The darker quarters being where the illusion magics come from.
I mean, both would sort of lead in that general direction. There's a
Gotcha.
corridor immediately to your right, and then you could move past that wall and follow another corridor off to the right.
And this corridor that's immediately to our right, is it particularly darker than some of the other corridors we've come through?
Yeah, significantly.
And can I see through the darkness with my devil's sight, or is it just...
You can. You just still notice the grayer black of it to denote that it is somewhat darker than anything that you've seen so far down here.
Okay. Do we go down this way, or do we go further ahead and turn right there? I don't know. Something about this corridor that's immediately to our right is kind of strange.
Very much a
What do you
question
all
of when
think?
we see something ominous and terrible, does that mean we're going in the right direction, or does that just mean we're walking into something ominous and terrible?
Well, you're in a
That
maze,
is
so
that is the question.
there could be a number of things. You have no idea what you're walking into in any direction.
Yeah. Well, doesn't hurt to explore this route, and if it ends up being the wrong route, we can come back and explore
And
the
when
other
you
route.
say this route, is that the dark one or the other one?
The dark one, immediately to our right.
All right, let's go.
Any objections?
Unless there's any objections, then we can go the other
Make
way.
a decision and go.
Alright,
Tacitus is not vibing down here.
I'm gonna start walking down the darker corridor.
Okay. So, assuming everybody's following along, you move through. There's two separate pathways. As you enter the area, if you turn right and continue forward, there's a path, but there's also an entry to the left that also continues in that same direction on the opposite side of the wall.
Left.
Okay. Briar turns left. So the first
Yeah.
one of you that makes a call, I'm just gonna follow along that the rest of the party's continuing unless any of you speak up and object. So keep that in mind. So Briar turns left. As you continue through the corridor there, I want you to make a perception check for me, Briar.
I get to use my new feat for reliable talent and a dirty 20.
Okay. So as you're about to step forward, you get a sense about you, like something's not right. You take a very light step forward and you feel the ground start to impress a bit as if there's a pressure plate of some kind, and you're able to sort of draw your foot off a bit and avoid stepping forward.
There's a trap here. Examining the ground here, how big is the pressure plate?
It's a chunk of stone that goes from wall to wall. You're able to step over it. It's about 4 feet to the opposite side, and you're able to step over it if you'd like. Sort of hop over.
Can I take a quick glance around to see what the trap might have triggered? Is
Uh,
there any slits in the wall or anything obvious that would have come at us?
you can roll investigation.
That's a 23.
Nothing shows itself apparently of what it is. There's no traps that you can see in the area. So whatever it is likely hidden somewhere.
Point it out to the others to indicate for them to go over it if we're going this direction.
Yeah,
Y'all
let's
wanna
keep
hop
our
over
wits about us.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna be extra vigilant of more traps now on this
Okay.
path.
Elwyn, as you start to move past, as you all hop over, you can see over the shoulders of the people in front of you with your sight, there's something huddled in a dead end corner, sort of rocking back and forth. It has a very sort of hunched back, and it looks like it has some sort of brown fur about it.
The second I see that, I'm gonna stop Briar, just a hand on Briar's shoulder, and just motion to the others to stop. And I'm gonna whisper, "There's something at the end there. Seems hunched over. Don't know what manner of creature it is."
It's about
And
70 feet down the hall.
do we want to keep going this direction or do we want to turn around?
Did it look? How big did the creature look?
It's hard to tell. It's sort of hunched into the corner and rocking back and forth. From what you can see, hunched over, it's probably 4.5 feet tall.
You also said it's a dead end.
Yes.
Would I have even been able to hear him say this?
Yeah. I just assume you can hear him say it.
Can I
You're
see
all
the
kept
thing
pretty
he's
tightly.
talking about?
Just barely. You can't see it as well as Owen, but you can make out the figure of it now that he points it out.
I'm gonna say it doesn't look particularly dangerous, but I'm not sure. Part of me wants to go see what exactly this creature is doing here, but
Another small ghost child that will conquer the world.
I know we said no more children, but I don't know if it's necessarily a child.
Even still, size is deceiving.
Well, we can turn around then.
Turning around.
Turning around, going the other way, pointing out the pressure plate, indicating to step over it.
Okay. Everybody cool with turning around and avoiding this thing?
Yeah, as we're turning back, I'm gonna take a glance over my shoulder and look back at it.
Yeah, it still just sort of
I-
remains in that rocking position back and forth.
I I want to take a investigation, just looking at the walls and stuff. I want to see if there's any marks that have been left behind other than probably creature marks.
Okay.
Similar to what Elwyn's kind of doing, marking our paths.
Okay.
It is.
Wow. Forget it. It's an at one.
You see nothing.
Yeah, you stumble around for a bit in the dark, feel the walls, but yeah, not a single thing seems to make note. I'm not going to critical fail you on that for any reason. You just absolutely don't notice anything.
Guys, look, there's markings here.
Just like the claw marks.
Right, so going right where we took left instead before.
Okay, so hopping back over the pressure plate, moving around. So as you pass to the right, there is a doorway. It looks wooden. One of them is sort of hanging off the hinges of some sort of a corridor on the left.
I'd like to peek in.
It just looks very dark in here. Again, you see like a table stood up, looks like it's missing a leg and it's creased and hanging over on the corner. And you see what looks like a smashed black metal chandelier in the opposite corner of the room. And more that moves off into the left, but you can't quite make it out from just peeking at the doorway. The path does continue past the doorway with it moving around to the right again as well.
I say continue unless somebody wants to investigate.
Works for me.
Tacitus and Crix.
Fine with me.
Okay. So you move past, continuing on the right-hand side. You hear another very faint giggle. Once from in front of you in the direction you're going, and then another one back some ways behind you the way you came. Continue on.
Yeah, I'm just ignoring these things at this point.
Okay. You reach sort of a T. To the left is what appears to be a dead end, 10 feet away from you. And an open path that leads to another corner leading around to the right. As you reach this T section, though, you can hear on the opposite side of the wall thumping footsteps, very slow. Boom, 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 of something moving around, obviously very heavy, whatever it is. And it's on the opposite side of the wall, it's in front of you.
That doesn't sound safe.
But it's on the other side of the wall, so we haven't quite found our way there.
As you all speak, you can hear the steps stop.
Does it make any other noises after it stops?
No, you hear it, so as you sort of start speaking to each other, it just stops.
So what's around us for paths?
What looks like a dead end 10 feet to your left, and an open corridor to the right that leads down to another right-hand turn.
Which way did we come from?
Directly behind you.
So we're at a three-way intersection.
No, you're at a two-way intersection. One to the left that goes to a dead end, and then a pathway to the right that leads to an additional right turn at the end of it. It's about 40 feet down.
Can I check out the dead end? Just to make sure it's a dead end.
Yeah. You want an investigation or?
Yeah.
Okay.
$15.
Okay. Moving around, you sort of feel your hands around in the stone. Appears to be a dead end. You do see another crease in the wall that looks like this is one of these shifting wall locations. As you're investigating, though, you hear a massive pound from the opposite side of the wall. Sort of shakes the ground to a point that it almost knocks you guys off your feet. Just one.
I knew I didn't like the sound of that.
Oh boy. Briar basically jumps out of her skin and backs up. Did it feel like it was directly against the wall?
Yeah, it seemed like it was almost like right next to you in a way. Like it had collided with the wall right next to where you were investigating.
And with taking the other path, does it seem like it could wrap around in that direction?
It seems like it goes in the opposite direction, but beyond that, you're not sure.
All right, let's go down that way.
I agree.
Okay. So you move down. You make that second right-hand turn. You have to immediately turn left and then immediately right again, as it sort of just moves down in almost like Z-like shape. Leading down, you make a left-hand turn. You reach another intersection. There's a pathway to the right and a pathway to the left. The pathway to the left would take you more towards where you heard that booming sound.
And they look the same as usual. I'll do it. Tacitus did earlier. Does one of them look less cobwebby?
I'd say from just looking left and right, you do see the glow of flame light on the left-hand pathway. The right-hand side is very dark.
All right, let's go left towards the goddamn thing.
Okay. So you make a left and you move into another corridor with an almost immediate right-hand turn. As you make that turn, you hear the scraping and shifting of stone. Nowhere directly nearby, but it sounds like walls are shifting or moving somewhere.
Stick.
Do you continue moving forward?
So we're not the only ones messing around in the labyrinth right now.
Maybe. Or possibly this labyrinth over time moves on its own to constantly change.
It's very possible. Let's keep moving.
Okay. So continuing forward, there's two left-hand passageways right next to each other. One of them turns an immediate corner, and moves further around, and it looks less lit. The second left-hand pathway leads to a very bright-looking chamber. You can see the glow of flame light coming from inside.
I would like to quietly approach the bright one.
Okay. So approaching the bright one, looking around the inside, you see this area is very well kept. The ground itself is bright, smooth, shiny, sand-colored stone. Like it looks very polished. Looking into the chamber, you've got about 20 feet of corridor before it goes into the chamber itself. You can see a bright red, sort of runic symbolature with some figure in the middle. You can't quite make it out from where you are, but it looks almost etched in blood. Very dark red.
Is there any sound?
Just the flames burning. You can very lightly hear the flames burning. The sort of
Right,
crackle of it.
continue to quietly approach.
Okay. Moving into the chamber, you all step into the room. The walls are the same as the floor. Very smoothly polished stone, almost marbled. Um, you recognize the same visage on the floor that you had seen on that altar when you came in. This sort of minotaur image with the constellation-like emblem of Mogus. The runes along the floor are indented, maybe a ways into the ground. Uh, as you pass over it, it looks like it's flowing blood.
It's glowing
It's
or
flowing,
flowing?
flowing. Continue further into the chamber.
I'm going to kneel and like dip a finger into it and like rub between my fingers.
So, poking your finger into it, the substance almost moves around you and avoids contact. Like you don't get any of it attached, but it does resemble like flowing blood, almost like open veins. Would you want to investigate the symbol itself, or continue on?
It looks the same as the previous constellation, right?
Yeah, at the center, there is surrounding it sort of like vein-like structures that blood is flowing through.
Um, these structures, are they going places in the walls, or are they just like pooling there?
It's just one big runic circle almost. I'd say looking down where you poke your finger, it does give you the idea or sense that it is like it's reminiscent of the corridors you've been walking through.
Then this could potentially be a map.
Do you want to investigate?
Yeah.
Roll investigation.
17.
Okay. So you walk up to the structure and you can make out that it is a map of sorts.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Okay. So the centerpiece being the Mogus figurehead gives you the idea that the room that you're standing in right now is likely at the center of whatever this is, this labyrinth, or at least close to. You can sort of make out the entryway, just sort of blood-formed corridor, and the pathing that you'd followed through, to get here.
Can I pull out my notebook and just sort of draw the path leaving this room, not in the direction that we came?
Sure.
And
Yeah,
then I
there's
want to see
multiple.
if it
So,
looks like there's a. Sorry.
looking around, like when you came in, there was exits to the left and the right. There's another exit to the
Uh-huh.
right-hand side past that. 3 exits to the north, and 1 more to the left.
And from this like possible map, does it look like there's an end to it? Like
It seems
I guess an end that doesn't look like a dead end.
so. You can see numerous dead ends in various places. You can also make out larger chambers in various areas. But at the northern end, sort of by the horns of where the Mogus symbol is, you can make out 2 massive chambers. One
Okay.
on the far north end, and then a larger chamber beyond it.
I'm gonna particularly highlight that path in my notebook just as a possible way that we could find the tomes that we're looking for.
So as you're sort of etching that out, you feel the ground shake. Everything sort of shakes just a bit. It gives off a bit of a dust push off of some of the walls, and you feel wind gusts come from almost every one of those corridors at once. You can hear the scratching shift of stone again, almost all around you in various places. And as you're doing so, looking down at that blood flow at your feet, it begins to change and shift, as you could assume the walls are right now.
Oh, interesting. Do we have a sense of time from the last time that we heard that shift happen?
Roll intelligence.
As well, can I try and note?
Sure.
5.
Yeah, Briar, you're very confused. You have no idea how long you've been down here. Still freaked
I
out a
don't
bit
Can
by
I
that boom.
Uh,
can I try and note how many pathways just changed?
Roll perception.
18.
It's very like echoing. You get the sense that maybe a dozen or more.
I'm going to try and mark the new pathway on my notebook as well.
In a separate place.
Yeah, I'm just gonna note it down on the next page, like redraw the path with the new pathways,
Okay.
just as a way to keep track of both possibilities.
Okay.
And I'm gonna also note down which doors were the ones that moved.
Okay. I mean, I'd say you can get roll intelligence for me. Because there's a lot of things that shifted, and you're only looking at one small area of a very large map on the ground.
The straight intelligence.
Yes.
That's going to be +2, so 19.
Okay. I'd say you can get a general idea of the ones that are moving. Pick a direction: northeast, south, or west.
Well, the rooms that I was looking for were in the north, right? So
Yeah,
I'll
focusing towards
focus
that large
on.
chamber.
Yeah, I'm focusing towards the north.
Okay.
I mean, with the various chambers and rooms on here, does it seem like those large ones would be our destination?
They're the largest rooms on the map that you can see.
Okay.
You have no idea what your
So-
destination is or necessarily what it's
Yeah.
gonna look like, but those are the most like prominent looking chambers here, and they are on the immediate opposite end of the labyrinth, sort of depicted from where you came in.
Okay. So we're halfway there.
If these
Potentially.
altars are at the supposed end of this labyrinth, then to me it seems like that's a likely culprit, but
There are a
it's
number of other
impossible for us to
chambers.
know.
So, like, say on the east-hand side of this map, you can see 4 other larger, like, various sized chambers. Some of them smaller, rectangular. Some of them like more cubed.
Yeah, it's hard. It's just hard to say where the end of this labyrinth is necessarily.
Yeah, and what we're looking for isn't necessarily the quote unquote end. It's just a chamber within the labyrinth that contains these tombs.
Well, I doubt we have the time to check all of them, so we have to decide on a direction and hope for the best. Because if we try and check all of these chambers, we'll be in here for weeks.
As you're sort of still sitting there analyzing the map, from the area that you came in, you hear those booming steps again, very slow. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, it looks like we have to choose now. My hunch says to the north, but if there's any objections, we can go in a different direction. But we need to move.
There are 3 exits to the north: a center pathway, and one on the right-hand side, and one on the left-hand side.
Does this map that I've drawn indicate which of these entrances, or is it just like no indication?
Roll intelligence very quickly to see if you can sort of pull a path from the map that you've drawn. So it's very like intricate.
16?
I'd say the one on the right looks like it goes the furthest to the north, but it wraps around and turns corners and such as well. The center pathway looks like it might be a loop of some kind, so you would avoid. And the left-hand pathway also looks like it moves around to the left and moves north somehow, but you can't tell if it's faster or more direct.
How far away are we from the entrance to this room? Like the
If
one that we
you're
came in?
if you're at the center point, you're
Yeah.
about 40 feet away from the entrance that you came in.
I'm going to point to the right door on the north and just say, I say we go that way. And probably sooner rather than later.
Yeah, let's go up there.
Okay.
And if it's not the
Before-
correct path, we'll just turn back and take another door.
If we can.
If we can, of course.
Okay. So everybody, you move up out the door on the sort of northeast portion of the room, we can say. You turn a quick corner and pass around another one. Do you just want to continue forward, not look back?
I kind of want to look back.
Do you want to like hold your position and try to spot whatever's following you, or do you want to keep moving?
I keep moving.
Okay. I'd say as you're moving, if you want to take a glance, roll perception for me.
Yeah. So I have a question.
Sure.
Reliable talent. Treat a 9 or lower as a 10 on skills you have proficiency with. Does that still apply if it's a 1?
Yeah, it still applies.
Okay. Dirty 20.
So glancing off as you're turning a corner, the last thing you see before you sort of disappear down that corridor is these very like thick green and brown vine-like structures reach into the room and grasp on the walls as something sort of tugs its way inside. You don't get an exact image of it though, as you pull yourself in and keep running, following the rest of the party around the corridors into the labyrinth
Right.
further.
All right. Yep. Not fucking with that.
So you move around a very S-like hallway. It sort of winds to the left, winds to the right, and to the left again. You move into a corridor where you turn right, you turn left, you turn right, you turn left, and continuing on. You pass an area. There's another dead end off to the right, and then a pathway that continues down on the left. Continuing on and not investigating the dead end.
Correct.
Okay. So turning a corner, you move down, you turn a corner, you move right. On your left-hand side, there's just an empty corridor with a path that starts to slant down into what looks like a tunnel beneath.
We'll look at the others and ask, we good with this path? See where this goes.
Might as well.
Okay. So continuing forward, as you go down the pathway, you start to hear those same whispers. It's like, oh, they're going. Ah, she's gonna be waiting.
Don't like that.
Continue
mean,
forward.
Yeah, continue to move forward.
Okay. So
At
as you
this point,
Mhm.
Owen is so tired of this labyrinth that he's just like, I'm going forward in whatever direction is immediately available.
okay. So as you reach the bottom of the ramp, the ground becomes like wet. There's a very thin layer, like less than a centimeter or so of water at the base of this. The chamber widens into what is a very dark room, and you begin to see roots growing out of the ground and up around the walls. As you continue further into the chamber, it becomes almost entirely roots. They grow thicker and wider, almost encompassing the floor, the walls, the ceiling, everything, leading further. Continue forward.
Did they match the glimpse of tree I had?
No, these are just dead brown roots. What you had seen was very green, almost alive.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I say move forward.
Okay. It becomes sort of rough to move. You have to sort of step over these roots and around them. Um, you reach a certain point, and eyes start to appear around you in the shadows of these roots. Looking along like the side of the walls, which the pathway has widened out to a point where you're not even sure exactly where the walls are. You're just seeing a lot of roots. Um, but probably about 30 feet away on either direction, you start to see these eyes blink in and appear. Those same white glowing eyes. At first, it's just one or two, then it's three, then it's six, then it's 12, appearing in different places in front of you, looking behind, they're behind you, staring at you, watching you on the ceiling. Some of them appear on the floor, staring up at you from below some of these roots.
Do they feel malicious?
Not necessarily. But it gets to the point where if you continue forward a bit of a ways, there's just dozens of these sets of eyes.
Hopefully, it doesn't mind us making our way through.
I think
I think
Tass is going
something's
to
gonna mind.
grimace.
What's that, Tacitus?
I'm going to grimace.
Okay. As you continue on, Elwyn, you'd be the first one to spot what looks like an armored figure sitting on the roots with their legs crossed. They seem to have a large staff of some kind and a very pointed crown with a glowing red stone. You can't make out much about them unless you approach.
I'm gonna just mention it to the group. Seems like we have company.
What do they look like as far as species?
Looks humanoid from what you can tell from the distance. Just sitting there
Okay.
in the dark. Do you approach?
Hmm.
I'm inclined to.
Okay. So Briar
I'm
approaches.
just gonna be ready for a fight just in case. I'm gonna cast my mage armor on myself and just be prepared for anything.
Okay. So as you get closer, you can make her out a little bit more. She's in very black silverish armor, like very, very, very dark silvered armor. She has what looks like a crown of root. That glowing gem that you had seen glows a little bit brighter, not much so, but it looks like the iris of an eyeball that rests atop it, and the red glow shifts around as if this eye on her crown is watching you. You see the visage of a woman. Her skin is very dark gray. She has a grin on her face as well. I'm going to give you an image here.
That
As you sort of approach the root that she's sitting on, you hear just like a couple giggles again, very child, almost infant-like. The giggles say they start on your left, they start on your right, to the point where it just becomes this rousing giggle and laughter of just loud surrounding you, almost like 100 voices are laughing simultaneously. It continues on for maybe 10, 15 seconds before this creature sitting in front of you raises her hand very slightly, and it all just stops and drifts to silence.
Hello.
She grins and leans forward. You can see she has a large, what looks like an arcane staff of some kind that she just taps into the ground and sets aside. It's like, it's been some time since travelers came to visit me.
We're explorers, finding what we find. Would you care to introduce yourself?
I'm Marie. I guide those traveling the labyrinth along the rivers below.
An important job.
What do you seek, travelers?
We seek the tombs of some elder gods not of this world.
Her smile fades very quickly into a frown. For a second, you hear a couple giggles start to rise up, and her hand immediately like moves up to a fist, like snaps up, and those giggles stop immediately. She looks behind her for a moment, almost like she's like watching for something, and then looks up into the roots above, and she sort of like leans forward a little further. It's like, come here.
I'll approach.
Okay. As you're approaching, she gets up
Me too.
very close to you and just like reaches around, almost cheek to cheek, and whispers in your ears. It's like, how do you know about them?
A stranger told us.
I think Tassus at this point is gonna have like his head, like he's just massaging his temples right now, like with his thumb and middle finger.
Tacitus, roll perception for me.
9.
Nice.
So, as you're rubbing your temple, you don't notice the approach of something floating around behind you. You feel another wet lick along like the top of your right shoulder.
I'm going to this time like just swing back. Not like try and grab it, but like try and just like whirl back and like backhand.
So just roll a melee attack.
Oh boy.
$11.
So you swing your hand around very quickly. You see the visage of this creature. It very like not deftly, but you didn't quite make contact. It avoids the strike and moves underneath your fist. This is the creature that you see just floating there, very fetal-like, with horns and some sort of tentacle-like, almost ribbed structure coming out of its head. Very like one very tiny leg, another one that's barely grown, looks malformed. Its arms are different sizes, very tiny. Its face, the skin is pulled tight. It's these very beady white glowing eyes behind, and its tongue is still like waving around in the air,
That's creepy.
Disgusting.
staring right at you.
I'm gonna look at Marie and just say, "Are the little ones that have been following us yours?"
Oh, my babies. Yes, don't mind them. They're just curious.
I see. So at any rate, you said
She
you
was
are. What?
she was in the middle of saying something to me, I
Yes.
think.
I thought she
Well,
finished.
she had finished, and then this is sort of interaction happened with Tacitus. But you had responded to her, so she asks you, Briar, who who told you this?
Can I insight for like if what she would do with that? If it
Yeah,
seems like she wants to know for retaliatory.
sure.
26.
Um, it doesn't seem like she's obviously afraid of something. You can see, like at the mention of these elder gods, uh, she obviously knows what they are. and possibly where they are. And it seems like she's just sort of stunned that and she wants to know how you found out. So this is like
Okay.
you don't get anything insidious from the nature of her at the moment.
Okay.
Despite looking like that.
Despite
Despite
looking like
that, yes.
that. I mean, she looks cool as hell. A stranger at a bar, a small goblin, disfigured.
Kavala.
You cut
No.
out there. Did you
Uh,
say Kavala?
Yes.
Yes.
She leans back away from you for a moment. A couple of those little creatures come up from behind her, and she starts to like scritch the neck of one of them. The other one, she like sets her staff down, leans it up against the root that she's sitting on, and begins to just give it like these light pets. She looks at them both, just giggles and smiles for a moment. We've not seen our friend Kavala in some time.
May I ask what your connection is to Kabbalah?
He spent much time down here, searching for them.
I see.
You say that
Eh,
as if he didn't find them.
He found them after a time.
Would you be willing to show us where they are?
Why do you seek them?
You know, I think curiosity is a big driving factor here, but we are currently trying to find a way back to Theros and out of this realm.
as you can probably tell, we're not of this realm.
She leans back for a moment and she sort of lifts one of her hands and spins her finger around a bit. Several of those creatures waft up from the shadows and between the roots. A couple of them each sort of float around the group of you and begin to sort of sniff at you. Briar, you feel this wet lick along your cheek, almost up to your forehead, as one of them just gives you this big old lick and then just continues sniffing around at you. Another one behind you,
Oh,
you can
God.
feel sort of like you feel the tiny little malformed hand sort of poke at your back and drag along. It's just feeling about you.
Is the one that did it before, like, I'm assuming still doing it to Tacitus after I tried to swing at it?
It's keeping its distance from you, like not getting as close. Sort of just
Okay.
like lightly sniffing. It seems like it's more afraid of you. But you feel a couple more sort of like at your back and off to your side. Move in pretty close and start just like sniffing at you and dragging their hands along you. The same for you, Elwyn and Crix. 2 or 3 each. Crix, you get a lick just along like the snout of you. The one that's sort of sniffing at you smells pretty nasty as well. It's sort of dripping. It looks a little more malformed than the rest of them.
I'm just gonna cross
I
my arms, I think, while I wait for whatever this is to finish.
Okay.
Because I've already had the displeasure of feeling this multiple times, so I'm assuming I'm now a little bit more used to it than everyone else.
Yeah, sure. We can call it that.
This isn't your first rodeo.
Rex just looks annoyed the first time he gets licked, crosses his arm, and just says,
next time I get licked, I'm turning into a fire elemental.
She Marie like gives you a very stern frown. She says, if you hurt my children, I will keep you down here forever. And you feel sort of the roots start to like move around and grip at your ankles, not quite holding you in place, but almost in a threatening nature.
The
Are
one
you able
that
to convince your... Go ahead.
sorry, I was just gonna say the one that was licking me, like as it licks me, right after I'm gonna just give it a head pat.
It sort of like nuzzles up as you do that, and it seems happy at the contact. It gives a couple light licks to your fingers.
Just gonna like chuckle a little bit.
But
And
after a
I'm just gonna
moment,
be like, they're kind of cute.
she maintains like a glaring eye contact with you, Crix, for a moment, and making sure that you're just sort of not going to try anything. Then leans back and seems to calm herself a bit more. as her little children, all in unison, sort of back away from the group of you and move up, and they begin whispering to her, very unintelligibly. You hear these whispers back and forth. She looks to all of them. She gives them, pets and sort of rubs their sides and holds their tiny little malformed hands as they speak to her. She sort of nods and again moves her hand, gives them some sort of a signal, and they drift away back into the darkness of those roots. She stands up and grabs that arcane staff of hers. Says, "Okay, I will guide you. But if you seek to reach the tomb of these elders, know that you will all be tested along the way. And should you fail, it may cost you your life."
Imagine anything
Well,
less for a tomb of elder gods.
we've
Nothing
been gambling
new.
with those for a while.
I'm gonna give a little polite bow and say we thank you for guiding us. However,
Her face turns back to that eerie grin, and she beckons you along. Follow me. And she begins to travel to the roots, and the roots give way for her, moving about and out of the way, leaving that stone pathway that you were more used to.
I'm going to raise my voice a little bit and ask, is the creature back there one of yours?
What creature?
There was something large that seemed
Pretty
to be
like
following us.
What were you saying, Briar?
Free Lake. She just
Lake.
chips in.
No, those are not mine. They are
there's a great
residents
deal
of.
of creatures here.
There are a great deal. There's another that is their master. She lives within them.
Is this area of labyrinth under your jurisdiction?
More or less. The roots down here answer to me. Nothing ventures down here. I do not interact with her above. I would
I
avoid
see.
her. She would more consume you than help at any moment.
How long have you been down here?
Eternity.
I see. Were you here before the Mad King?
The Mad King.
The
You mean the
Damned King?
idiot
Whatever his
above
name
that
was.
holds his fights?
Yeah, that one.
I was here before him.
I see.
She
Justice, what are you
continues,
saying?
I was just asking, did she say her name?
Marie. Yeah, she said she was
Does
the river
that
god.
sound familiar at all?
No. Nothing within Theros lore. Nothing you've ever heard of before.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask her one more question and just say, does this labyrinth happen to have a name?
It does not. It simply is. It has always been. The idiot above
see.
built his Coliseum above it.
Oh,
He
that makes
ventures
sense. The
down from
labyrinth.
time to time, but he has his own pathways, and he avoids me.
Interesting.
He is the one that brought these elders here.
I see.
As you continue on, you reach a point where the water becomes a little deeper. It becomes almost ankle deep. Again, as you're moving through, the roots all sort of shift and slide and slither away as she passes along. Every now and then she runs her hand along one, and the entire area around you almost shivers. You reach a point in the water where there's a very long canoe-like craft. You see her for a moment tap her staff into the ground, and she hovers up into the air and rests at the front of this vessel.
Briar will get in.
Okay. Everybody else as
I'll
well?
study the boat. Yeah. I mean, is it steady?
Yeah, it seems steady. It's large enough to fit all of you and then some.
Yeah. I'll just step in then.
Okay. As you rest into the canoe, you don't feel it shift at all, move at all. There's no paddles or anything to row the ship, but she does sort of tap her staff into the base of it, and a very dark green, almost forest green glow emits, and travels throughout the water where you see roots rise up and begin to almost drag the vessel forward.
I have a question about what she said before.
Sure.
Did she say that she hadn't seen anyone in a while?
Yeah, she said she had not seen anybody down here to interact with her in some time.
Okay.
But do you have any more questions for her as you sort of move about in the chamber here? Anybody?
I'm gonna ask your children. What manner of creature are they exactly?
They have no manner. They are simply mine.
I see.
They are born of this place, of certain travelers who drifted and failed my tests.
Ah. I'm just gonna nod and stop there.
So you continue on for probably like 10, 15 minutes or so. You start to approach a more cavernous area. Uh, the water leads into what look like very ancient ruins, very unrecognizable from the Theros that you know. But you do see statues of hoplite-like soldiers. They're adorned a little bit differently from anything that you recognize. I'm going to give you an image here. There we go. It's a bit more well lit down here. You can see cracks in the ceiling above that give this very eerie, very unnatural like sunlight, like you had experienced in the Coliseum above. The water itself is very still. You notice as your vessel's being dragged along by the roots from underneath, you don't create any ripples in the water as you travel forward. You
If
start to
I
begin
like,
to sail through these ruins.
if I lean over and look down into the water, can I see anything?
So as you roll down and look into the water, make an intelligence saving throw for me.
Oh,
Fun.
14.
Okay. So for a moment, you see just your reflection. It sort of draws you in. Um, you see yourself almost de-age in front of you until you quickly see your childlike self. For a moment, the image shifts and travels around. You see your reflection itself turn away, and other images begin to form in the reflection of the water. Uh, Strange, dark memories of your time as a young Minotaur in the Badlands and the areas of Scophus. You see what you recognize as one of the more cannibalistic Minotaur tribes annihilating this village. It's a memory that you sort of repressed, but you do recognize it as something that you've seen. As less tribal like Minotaur are being dragged out of tents and little makeshift structures and are being just murdered and almost eaten alive by these cannibalistic tribes. One of these Minotaur turns to you and begins to charge as the visage fades away very quickly and you stumble back, pulled away from it.
I'm just going to, I think, like, shake my head and say, obviously, a bad idea.
And the group
And
of you
then
basically just see
just
Tacitus like
sit
look
down.
down and stumble back very suddenly after a moment.
Gaze into the abyss, did you?
Not the smartest decision I've done.
Well, at least now we know not to do that. What is this
It,
lake exactly, if I may ask, Marie?
This is no lake. This place is ancient and dead.
I see.
The water here are tears of one of your gods.
The tears of a god.
Which
Does
one?
that ring any bell?
Um,
Any myths
roll
or legends?
religion.
Ha. 4.
Can I
um,
also roll?
yes. Yeah, any of you can roll.
I mean, Briar's also just going to ask which one.
She sort of
I rolled
scoffs
a-
for a moment. She's like, I don't know the names of your petty gods.
I rolled a 17.
I'd say the closest you can gauge
Same.
is a 17 as well.
Yeah.
The closest you can gauge is that of Ifara.
Ifara.
Yeah, that'd be the most reminiscent. Ifara herself is god of polises, seen as sort of the god of
God of what,
harvest, the
sorry?
god of the polis, so the cities,
Oh, okay.
god of civilization, of life, of harvest, that sort of thing. Her image is generally depicted as holding this massive vase, pouring out a very star-like substance of water. I can actually give you an image because this is something that you would have seen in the world around.
Like
But
the statue
she's
in Charlotte.
she's usually connected with like the blood of life and of water and that sort of thing. 1 second as I pull up an image of her for you.
Have you ever heard any myths about or legends of like the tears of Ifara?
Not with those roles. I'd say not necessarily you would anything you recalled, but it is something symbolic of
Hmm.
Ifara. And
Okay.
Discord is really unfriendly with me. There we go. That's sort of
Neat.
the constellation-like depiction of Ifara.
She holding a scroll? It's a scroll.
Yeah, it's a scroll. I'd say you know that she's recognized as being involved in the founding of the city of Militus.
Interesting.
I'd say you guys would also recognize that her temple is the largest in Militus, and it's one of the grandest, like most luxurious places of worship on Theros. Always kept completely in absolute perfect repair, taken care of more than anything else around. There was a myth of a massive earthquake that took place in Militus, where the city was almost completely ruined, but her temple was unharmed.
Almost muttering to myself, Elwin's just gonna be like, what connection would Ifara have to this place? Just sort of thinking about it more. Would I be able to make any sort of connection with any knowledge that I have?
No, not necessarily. I mean, with the religion that you rolled, there's no real connection that you can make with any experience that you've had or knowledge
Okay.
of Theros beyond.
So,
Gotcha.
with the old gods that we're heading towards, what do you know of them?
Nothing. I know they're not of this plane. I know they were dragged down here, their carcasses, by the damned king. I know not why, as trophies, perhaps he likes to collect, from what I understand. And she has this, like, drip of just hate in her words when she speaks of him.
Do you wish he were gone?
She gives a very, like, frustrated sigh. It's like, I wish him ruin and his entire structure above.
That would be nice.
He seems like he deserves it.
I don't like him very much.
No argument from me.
He was something else once, Kavala once said.
Something else.
How would Kavala know?
I know not. The goblin is a strange creature. How he survived in his time down here, I do not. He spent months.
I'm sure he has many secrets.
He seemed connected to these things. He sought only them. Not escape, just these things.
It did seem like he had a strong connection here.
Continue sailing on for some time. Any other questions for your guide as you travel through.
Does this labyrinth have an exit? Or is it, sorry, I mean to say, does this labyrinth have a single exit or are there multiple exits?
There are many ways out. Some secret, some not.
Does there happen to be one in the direction that we're headed?
I'm afraid I can't offer you assistance of that kind.
I see. I understand.
My role down here is very specific. Should I tally from such, I would draw the ire of, she growls almost, the overlord of the undead and the dead alike.
I see. I wouldn't want you to do that.
Curiosity, does any of the exits not lead back to the Coliseum?
They lead many places.
So there's a possibility that an exit could be somewhere else besides the Coliseum.
They lead many places.
I just gotta look
Brilliant.
back. Nope. I just gotta look back to Briar and just be.
Do you think maybe Ripley came down this way?
It's possible, I guess. I'm not sure.
She said she hadn't seen anyone.
Yes,
Oh.
but that's just her specifically, and she's not everywhere in the labyrinth. But I agree that the chances of her coming through here to find an exit are unlikely.
Not impossible.
So, for a moment, as you're having this discussion, Briar, you're the only one that hear this. You hear a shout. Shout your name, Briar, from somewhere off in the distance of the cavern, and it sounds exactly like Lael.
Oh boy.
I'll look in that direction.
Just
I
darkness in the
assume,
cavern.
assume none of us here heard this except Briar.
Just Briar.
Yep.
Do I notice Briar suddenly looking in a different direction?
Yeah, I'd say you probably would have noticed the quick snap too, and
I'm gonna speak up and be like, Briar? Are you alright?
I heard someone call my name.
Ignore it.
I didn't hear anything. I wouldn't trust anything you hear or see in this place. It seems rather suspicious.
I agree.
I saw my child in the water.
Oh,
I'm not looking in that water, that's for sure.
You saw a reflection of your past.
Yes.
The so-called
Interesting.
Tears of Ifara.
so
Well, let's just keep our wits about us as we carry on.
yeah, she doesn't give you any response as you sort of talk about these things. She just continues staring forward with that staff, and you're
also,
continually dragged to these ruins.
even though like she logically knows don't listen to this shit, Prior is gonna be like keeping an ear out for anything else like that.
Okay. So you continue on for another time. Elwyn this time, the only one that hears this. You hear your own voice just whisper your own name, Elwyn, and it sort of carries on past you further into the chamber. Sounds a little darker. Like you can definitely tell it's you, but it has this sort of almost evil sense to the voice, the way it spoke.
It's my own voice.
Yes.
I'm going to attempt to ignore it.
Okay. After a time, Crix, you hear a laugh coming from behind. Sounds familiar.
I turn my head and kind of look in that direction.
You hear what sounds like a splashing footsteps behind the vessel that you're on, but you don't see anything.
Where is Crix in the ship?
Assuming he's the last one to get on, he's towards the back.
Okay, so I wouldn't be able to notice.
Do you respond in any way, Crix? Or do you also ignore?
I'm kind of looking about. I'm curious. I'm not going to quite ignore it. But I'm not going to like move from my seat or anything that put me in danger.
Okay. So as you sort of like look about and try to get focus on it, you hear the splashing and it sort of moves up behind you and stops. And you hear your name whispered, Crix. And again, the voice, it comes right over your shoulder as if it's right next to you. And it sounds very familiar. Roll intelligence for me.
Intelligence?
Yes.
Intelligence. 17.
Sounds like the voice of a certain satyr that you encountered many years ago.
Did I write his name down?
Uh,
I think I wrote his name down.
it's a very beautiful
Oh.
regal name.
Yeah,
So-
it really wasn't.
Here, I'll give it to you. It's fine.
Willificus or something.
Wallisicus.
What was?
Willificus.
Well,
I just kind of raise an eyebrow and just like, I like this.
From the opposite side this time, as you sort of turn in that direction and say the name, you hear, Crix, I missed you.
Oh,
Did,
you ain't miss shit.
You guys do at this point hear Crix sort of talking to himself back there.
For Crix, you good back there, buddy?
Yes, just old people just come out of the blue, want to talk to you and shit.
Don't listen to the voices, Crix.
Why? It's fun.
Oh boy.
So you're dragged along a bit further. Briar, you hear again another shout. It's exactly Lael. Briar, please help!
She's gonna kind of fold in on herself and put her face in her hands, like elbows on her knees.
You hear after, please don't leave me behind again.
Fingers digging into her face.
I'm gonna look at Marie and say, why are we hearing voices here? What is this about?
She giggles for a moment. I hear no voices.
Yes, I said we're hearing voices.
Tacitus, at this point, you start to hear just the sounds of combat around you. You start to feel almost the heat of fire as well. As things are burning, you start to smell death. You hear other creatures being savagely torn apart, almost as if there's this battle raging all around you. Marie doesn't respond to you. Owen, she sort of looks over her shoulder at you for a moment and just sort of gives that big grin and looks back forward.
I'm going to mostly just. How would I react? Like sit stoically, I guess, is.
Okay.
It's stoically.
Yeah.
I can see it. I see it. I'm just gonna say out loud and be like, this must be the test you were speaking about then.
Am I in the middle, like, seat?
Yeah, you're next to Briar in the center, with Elwyn sort of towards the front, having
Okay,
gone on
and
first.
Crick's behind us.
Yes.
Okay. Pay it no mind.
She turns to look at you, Elwyn, As she's about to respond, you see ahead of her this mist sort of pick up from underneath the water, grow very, very thick to the point where it starts to take on and resemble the night sky. Stars start to form and twinkle into existence, and it blows over the group of you to the point where you no longer see the world that you are in. The ruins are gone completely. It's almost as if you're just floating through space. We're going to start specifically with Briar. Briar,
All right.
you're floating for a while. You're not even sure how long. Trying to move about, and almost as if gravity is just completely left. The canoe itself just disappears from below you, and your entire world just becomes drifting through the cosmos almost.
And so the others are completely gone as well. It's just
Yeah,
her.
it is. It's just Briar. You're sitting alone by yourself, floating. You start to hear the sounds of combat. You start to hear the shouts of what sounds like Captain Savas. And you see yourself in that same corridor, finally fully forming, rippling almost into place. That corridor that you had turned around and left Lael as he went to distract that creature that you'd been fighting, if you remember in your original session.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember.
So the staircase
Doesn't
that would
ring a
have
bell.
left, the staircase into the hatchway that led up into Savas's chambers is behind you. You see in the darkness of the corridor, maybe 60 feet in front of you, the body of Lael. It looks bloody and broken, dragging himself by one arm down the corridor towards you. And you see that looming creature behind him, that sort of angelic, flaming creature that you had seen the first time.
And so I'm physical in my surroundings and can move.
Yeah, as this is all manifesting, your feet touch solid ground. It feels like you're back on board the Theros. It feels like you're in that same corridor. Everything feels exactly reminiscent of it. Lael is just slowly dragging himself forward with that creature sort of lumbering behind. I'll give you the image of that creature again as well.
So I'm in that corridor underneath. Yeah?
Yeah, you're in that corridor with that hatchway staircase that led up into Savas's chambers behind you,
Okay.
and that secret corridor that had led out in front of you, with Lael sort of dragging himself and that creature with its burning blade just slowly following along, getting closer to him.
Well, gonna throw instincts out the door. And she's gonna approach.
Okay.
She's probably shaking. Um,
Lael looks up at you as you approach, and you see his face is bloody. He looks like he has some slash across the front of his face, wounds all along his back. It sort of looks like makes eye contact with you. Briar, don't leave me again.
I'm sorry.
The creature sort of like steps onto his back at this point and raises its burning blade above him.
I'm so sorry, Lil. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Do you do anything?
I can't.
Frozen?
Yep, she's not doing anything.
He brings the blade down, cuts clean through Lael, and he screams as his body begins to burn and just completely cinder away to ash over you're not even sure how long. You just hear those screams echoing. The creature then kicks the body off to the side and begins to move towards you. What do you do?
Oh man. I think she's still standing there.
Continues forward, takes another step, about 20 feet away from you now. No action?
I'm I'm trying to figure out because like with this, I think she's in a spot where she doesn't know how real it is, but this moment is genuinely just so like
Traumatic.
guilt ridden
Mhm.
that she isn't she kind of feels that she would deserve to die.
So you just want to lay down and die, Briar? You want to let this thing approach and kill you?
No. So she's just gonna say, I'm so sorry again, and she's gonna start backing away from the creature.
Okay. You feel that staircase behind you as you bump into it as you back up.
She'll go up the stairs.
Okay. Slowly, or you? How fast are you moving here? Backing up the stairs, turning around, and vaulting up the stairs. How you?
Turning around and bolting.
Okay. So you move up into the chamber exactly as it appeared. The door is open. One side of the doorway is open, leading into Savas's chamber.
She'll go in.
Okay. So moving inside, you see Savas standing at the front of the chamber. Behind him, the entire front of the Theros is broken off, shattered, leaving just broken deck. Out in front, you see the hulking visage of the god Keranos. I'm going to give you an image here in a moment. Sort of crackling with lightning, you see storms almost raging within the very celestial-like body of Keranos. And here is your image. Sort of standing there glancing down at Savas. So you continue forward. You can hear the sort of booming steps of the creature behind you sort of fizzle as he strikes the ground with that burning-like structure of his blade.
Yes. Keep moving into Savas's chamber.
Okay. As you move inside, on your right-hand side, the entire section of the ship rips away as well. You watch as it almost caves in, the ground cracking and disappearing beneath you, almost right up to where you're standing. Peering down, you see that massive whirlpool leading down into the darkness of what you remember you had fallen into before you ended up in Nirvana.
But it's not falling this time, because it's...
The section of ship that you remain on is not fallen in. You hear sort of shouts and screams over the edge, though.
And so looking around the chamber, what else do I see besides Savas and Keranos?
Just the remnants of those like relic display cases that he had. A lot of them are smashed and shattered with items scattered around the ground. Savas has just stood there with his blade just against this hulking massive form of Keranos out in front of the vessel.
She's gonna have some rage kind of start to boil up in her, seeing him again. And she's gonna approach and yell, "What was this for? What was the point of all of this?"
You yell that to Savas?
Yeah.
He turns around to look at you. In that moment, you see Keranos reach this massive celestial hand out with this arced lightning bolt, tosses it, and it strikes Savas in the back, sort of burning through him as he lands face forward on the deck in front of you. And Keranos sort of slowly looks to you.
She's probably just crying. Mix of sadness and anger. She's gonna wait for seeing what he does on this one.
Make an intelligence saving throw.
So long, my friends. 8.
Prior, no.
Okay. So, he leans in, almost just moving his head forward, ducking into the space of the structure of what's left of Savas's captain's chamber. As he does, you hear another shout from behind you, and it sounds like the voice of Ripley Vance. So you hear, "Briar, help, please!" And as you turn around, you see her barely hanging on to the collapsed edge, sort of dragging herself up. Next to her, you see another hand appear, and it's Frederick, dragging himself up as well. Another shout, "Briar, please, please, you have to help." On Ripley's opposite side, you see Shalir as well, like stab a blade into the deck and try to drag herself forward. All three of them are slipping and falling almost to their doom. As you sort of see them in are still lost in all of this, you hear the godlike booming voice of Keranos in your mind. It says, choose. Save one of them, or join me
Damn.
and take Savas's place as my child. What do you do, Briar?
The hell kind of choice is that? Why would I join you? Why would I take his place?
The only response you get is another, like, angry almost this time. Choose.
Am I able to, like, if I close my eyes and, like, try to center and calm myself?
Um, roll
Does it
roll Constitution.
a constitution?
Yes.
Okay. 17.
Yeah, you're able to sort of just focus, recenter yourself. In your mind, you remind yourself, like, this isn't real. This is a test. This is meant to test me. This isn't real. And you're able to sort of, like, regain a bit of courage.
And so it's still at the point where it's choose.
Yes, if you reopen your eyes, you're still in that same remnants of Savas's chamber, with Keranos behind and your three friends trying to drag themselves up, spaced out enough that you can't rescue them all. If you want to rescue somebody, you'd have to pick one, or choose to abandon them and join Keranos.
And what if I choose neither?
Is that what you want to choose?
This isn't real.
As you sort of sit and
I'm not
deliberate,
playing your game.
you hear another angrier, like, choose, and everything sort of shakes and rumbles around you.
She's gonna strengthen her resolve and not choose.
Okay. You stand there for a moment. All of your three friends are still screaming, shouting for you to help them, save them, dragging themselves down lower and lower to the point where they can almost barely hold on. You continue to not make a choice.
Yes.
So the first one that falls is Shalir. You see her lose grip on that dagger, leaving the dagger embedded in the deck, and you hear the screams, like, Brian! And she falls below, out of sight. Stand there, no choice made.
My God. Because she would choose to, like, save them over joining Keranos, but
Do
what
you?
happens if she makes a choice to just choose something?
You don't know. But you can actively choose to stand there and not do anything if you'd like.
Fine, I'll break. She'll break.
How so?
She's gonna choose saving Frederick.
Frederick?
Yep.
So you rush over and you grab Frederick and you pull him up?
Yep.
So you drag him up onto the deck and hoist him up, and you both sort of fall over as Ripley loses hold. No, Briar, no! Falls into the darkness below. You see the face of the face of Frederick, sort of like look and gaze up at you. Looks very terrified. For a moment, he just locks eyes with you very fearfully before he completely ashes and dusts and crumbles away and blows off into the cosmos beyond. You hear sort of a very disheartened grunt of Keranos. Says, you are weak. You are nothing. You mean to face me?
Yes, I am weak. I care for my friends. I want to save them. I don't give a damn about you.
Yeah.
You hear this raging howl, and you see 2 bolts of lightning ignite in both of his hands. Lifts back and just tosses them directly at you. They strike you in your chest, and your vision fades. Moving on. We're going to move to Elwyn. So Elwyn, again, you're pulled into that same visage that I explained for Briar, into this like cosmic space as you're floating about amidst the heavens. Pulled away from the canoe, pulled away from your allies. You're floating there for a time before you start to appear in what looks like a temple of some kind. It's beautiful with white and gold inlet. You see what looks like silver water flowing along and down the walls from every side almost. As you turn about and your feet make contact with the stone, you see a visage of yourself, but your wings have turned dark. They look charred, burned, missing in places. Your face has cracks in it with black energy, grayish energy that reminds you of the energy that Oath emits. You're holding both blades, but they're both now black, gray, drawn at the side very aggressively. Your eyes glow with that same black energy, and it almost seeps out of you in places, drifting and dissipating as it flows away from your body and your form. Just stands there staring at you.
I'm gonna look at it and just say, "So you must be one of my possible futures, huh?"
Sort of smirks at you. I am your only future.
I wouldn't go that far.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Do I get? I assume I don't get Tacitus's bonus thing from this.
No, you are alone.
Okay, well, I rolled a dirty 20.
Okay. So, in a flash, it just rushes right up to you and throws both blades at you in a dual swing, and you're able to shift off to the side and avoid the attack. What would you like to do here?
I'm gonna sort of let out a sigh and say, "You're boldly mistaken if you think I would let my own self stand in my way." I'm gonna fire off an Eldritch Blast at him.
As you sort of fire the spell, it just fizzles. Nothing happens.
Hmm.
The creature takes another swing. Make another dexterity save.
Oh, that's a 9 plus 2, 11.
This time strikes. Don't deduct any hit points. I'm tracking it on my end.
Okay.
So strikes you in the chest. You can feel yourself sort of fade almost. You take damage. You feel pain. Your dark self looks at you for a moment. Reaches forward with one of those blades, sort of pokes right into your chest, and you feel this burning sensation of where it connects with you. Looks at you and says, "I am the only route to your father. There is no other."
I don't believe that for a second.
What do you know? You're weak, you're nothing. Pulled apart by 2 opposing forces that are stronger than you.
I know that I will resist until the moment I die. That is what I know.
Then you'll die. He slashes at you again. Another dexterity save.
That's a nat 20.
Okay, make a retaliation at advantage, if you would like.
Okay. Retaliation in terms of
If you would like to
like
attack
what?
him. You don't have to, but if you would like to attack.
Okay. Well, let me see. Seems like my spell didn't work.
Right.
I imagine it wants me to pull out my blades.
Do you?
Let's see. Not yet. I'm just gonna dodge.
Okay. So yeah, you can dodge and fall back if you like at a distance away, if you're trying to avoid.
Yeah, I'll do that. And then
Okay.
I'll say, let's see how I want to phrase this. Right. Okay. I'm gonna look at him and say, if the only route to my father is one where I don't no longer have control of myself, then I'd rather just die. Kill me then if you'd like.
So do you just stand there then, and do you open
Yeah.
yourself up to an attack?
Mm-hmm.
The creature rushes forward and begins to swing both blades at you. In the moment before they make contact with your neck on both sides, they stop. And it just sits staring you in the eyes. It says,
Mustering all of the courage that I have, I'm gonna like stare as boldly as I can back in his eyes.
okay. Says, you would die. You are that weak. You would allow me to destroy you here now.
If you think that being in control of myself and not offering myself up on a silver platter to some higher being is being weak, then yes, I am weak.
I can take you to your father.
How many times do I need to repeat myself? I'll do it on my own terms, or I will die, and that is the end of it.
You hear a howl of rage just directly into your face. And sort of inside the mouth of this creature, you can see another face, glowing, bright silver. You see sort of the black shade of something in there. The creature, this dark form of you, shifts quickly and falls back. It opens up a door along the wall that didn't really appear there at first. Looks to you for a moment, and then looks back in and walks through this doorway into darkness, leaving the door open, and you alone in this silver chamber.
So he went out the door,
Yes,
and there's just darkness beyond that.
disappeared into darkness, yes.
What does the door look like?
Just a square shape in the wall, very unnatural looking.
Okay. I'm gonna just like sit on the ground and take in my surroundings a little bit more. Try and see if I can gather where exactly this place is.
Okay. Roll intelligence.
18?
It's hard to get an exact idea of it. You know that you've been here before, but it's not anything that you remember. It's some memory that you can't quite reach. It's just lingering there. You struggle to get an idea of what this is. You know exactly what it is, but you can't put a name to it or a place to it or anything. It's drives you mad almost for a moment as you struggle to pull the information out. And you feel a presence behind you.
I'm gonna look behind me.
You see another form of yourself. This one is even more brightly glowing. It has silver armor. Uh, the blade it wields, just one single blade, that glowing orange of the Sunblade, your original uh, connection with Pasha. Creature looks just like a very startlingly regal form of you. Like you see it and you almost see like the best of yourself, the potential of what you could be.
Gonna look at him and let out a bit of a sigh and say, another option then, huh?
Do you believe yourself worthy of this future?
Me, worthy of such a grand future? I doubt it.
I can lead
As
you
you
to
can
your
see,
father.
I'm just. Once again, you make the same offer as the other version. But I thought I made it clear that I will struggle and claw up to that path myself.
So you choose to die then.
If it means offering myself to a higher being, then yes.
Very well. Turns and
I'll be
walks
as
away.
weak as I can be.
This one exits out a door that's just this beautiful glowing light, disappears into the bloom of it.
Um, Elvin's gonna sort of just like roll back onto his back and just like stare at the ceiling. And he's just gonna say out loud and be like, two routes, both under the control of beings who have other interests. Both saying they can offer me my father. I'm
Hey.
just gonna continue to stare up at the ceiling.
Okay. So you stare there. You're not even sure how long you're laying there. It seems like you lose track of time, as it's just complete silence. For a while, you just lay, and after a time, you start to hear cracks. Looking around, you see that the walls are starting to crack down. You see small chunks of the stone cracking and breaking off and striking along on the ground, as if this structure is slowly beginning to crumble and fall apart.
I'm gonna sit up and out loud I'm just gonna say, let me think about this for a second. How do I want to say this? Sorry, I'm just trying to think about how I want to say this.
Sure, yeah. This better be a powerful statement.
I don't know what powerful, but I'm trying
Okay.
to. It's I think it's a thought that Elwin strongly believes in.
Okay.
Okay. Elwin's just gonna like sit up and he's just gonna say out loud. He's gonna be like, "If the only way to achieve my goal is to offer myself, take the power of a higher being, lose control, then that just means that was my limit. And I refuse to achieve my goal in such a manner. I will achieve my goal through my own strength, and I will use others' strength if I need to, but I will never lose control of myself. I would rather die. And that is my final resolution."
The second you sort of finish the statement, between these two doors on the opposite wall, a third door opens. This one takes the form of just a basic wooden door, creaks open. Behind, you see a very sort of dark bluish purple and black realm that looks very icy in nature.
I'm gonna start walking towards that door.
Okay. Do you pass through?
Mm-hmm.
As you pass through, you see a form step up onto just icy stone beyond. In this, throws you back to that time that you sort of encountered that one creature during your one shot. Another similar
Mm.
creature. This one looks a bit different. Steps up, sort of crackling with celestial energy. Gazes at you for a moment and just stands atop this stone top. As you pace through, the door disappears behind you and fades, and you're just in this world, very, very icy, almost alien in nature. You don't recognize it.
I'm gonna look at the creature and just say, and which possibility are you?
It's hops down off the stone and walks up to you. You get the feeling that you know this being. It feels safe, almost. It kneels
Feels
down.
what?
It feels safe, very safe.
Oh.
Like you immediately get the feeling that like nothing bad can happen to you while this is near.
Mm-hmm.
Kneels down and lowers its head and presents this massive glowing. Shut up, Kuda. It presents this glowing purple horn.
Purple horn. I'm gonna grab it.
As you do, it slides very carefully off the head of this creature. It starts to just almost meld into you. You yourself start to glow with that same bluish purple energy, and you feel it travel from your hands through your arms, down your waist, and into both of your blades as your vision starts to fade and things change to white. And we're going to move from you on to Tacitus.
Yay!
I just saw your comic. It says Splish.
Wait.
I was thinking the same thing.
That like came into my brain like a fucking intrusive thought, and I'm like, I cannot say this out loud.
All in safe. Squish.
That would have killed me if that happened.
I literally happened to be looking at the image because I was describing it. I saw that. I was like, you son of a bitch.
I would have just died on the spot. That would have been it.
How am I supposed to maintain my composure with this shit?
I mean, that's why I didn't say it out loud.
All right, Tacitus, you're dead. You piece of shit. No.
Damn.
Just immediately smited.
On top of him is a small creature. You do not feel safe.
Splish. And then stab you in the face. No. You're pulled off the canoe again, the same as everybody else, dragged off into this celestial space, this very cosmic space. You feel yourself start to regress. Your body shrinks. You're thrown back into the same form you had as a child. And almost violently, you're thrown forward out of that space as the world ripples in front of you, and you're thrown into that burning camp, the same that you'd seen in the reflection in the water. Around you, as you sort of gather yourself to your feet, you see you're young, no more than 9, maybe 10 years old. In front of you, there are women and children Minotaur running, screaming, some turning around, standing to fight, as you can see specifically these individual Minotaur that are attacking, these bloody Minotaur wearing bones and carapace armor covered in blood, are specifically targeting the men, the Minotaur men, murdering them, leaving the women left and the children to run away screaming, as they are just brutally ripped apart all around you in several places. And you're sort of in the center of this, just in the sand. What do you do, Tacitus?
I think first I'll look at my hands and sort of like squeeze them, like, and see how like my body feels.
It feels real.
Okay. If I try and remember where I was, do I remember the canoe?
Yes. You remember the canoe, sort of just like holding back and remembering things. Like you know that you at some point recently were in that canoe with your party.
Okay.
You remember that starry like mist take over you, throwing you into space, and you remember just being thrust here. You're not sure exactly how much time has passed. It's very like you're in a confused state. Seeing your hands, you see in your form that you're in a very childlike form, and you remember these things happening around you
Okay.
from your past.
I think I will just like wherever like however I landed, I'm going to just sit up and just kneel, I think, and just like rest my hands like on top of my like knees and just like keep my eyes closed, I think.
Okay. So for a while, you hear just the sounds of like murder and slaughter. You hear screaming and shouting. You feel blood splash and sort of throw onto your form, and cake and dry onto you.
Hmm.
It goes on for some time as you just sit there with your eyes closed before things start to quiet down. You can still hear the clodding of footsteps and things being dragged in different directions. Do you remain there with your eyes closed?
Unless it feels like there's like if I feel like the ground like vibrates slowly or it feels like someone's approaching me that I can tell, I'm just going to sit there with my eyes closed and just breathe.
Okay. So after a while, you hear a massive thunk. Something dropped heavy in front of you. And you hear a very ominous growl of some minotaur voice that's just it seems like it's encompassing your entire world, this booming voice. It says, "You are a coward.
I guess I'll open my eyes and look at what was saying it.
The only thing lying there is a battle axe. Surrounding you, you see several of these cannibalistic minotaur dragging bodies about. I'm going to give you an image of what some of these guys look like. Just very like bloody and chained. Their teeth are stained with blood. Their bodies are stained with blood as they're dragging what remains of the bodies of this tribe around you.
Oh, that's gross. That's also a very small image.
Oh, I don't know why Discord sucks. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to see a bigger image, honestly.
Fair enough. So what do you do here, Tacitus?
I only see the battle axe.
The battle axe, and all, you're still in that camp. It's dark now, so nighttime has passed. You're not sure how long you've been just there with your eyes closed. It doesn't feel like it was that long.
Okay.
But
And there's no like humanoid figure that I could see. Like if I turn my head and look around, I don't see like someone that was speaking to me.
no, you just see these various cannibalistic, like roving tribe minotaur dragging the bodies of this camp left around. Looks like they're all moving towards some massive bonfire off in the distance somewhere, towards the center of this camp. You do recognize it from your childhood as a camp that you had resided in that was attacked.
Let me think.
Mhm.
If I stand up and I try and lift it, I'm assuming it's too heavy for me.
It's heavy, but you're able to sort of heft it up.
Okay, I'll swing it over my shoulder.
Okay.
And
You hear again that growling voice saying, "Kill them, destroy them, slaughter them, take their lives. Be what you were made to be."
let me I think he's just gonna snort.
Okay.
And sort of just like walk. Is there like you said there's like a bonfire?
Yeah, you can see it glowing off in the distance, and that's where several of these minotaur are dragging the bodies towards.
Yeah, I guess I'll head towards a like if I can see it, I'm not gonna like walk in like the main like pathways, but like sneakily ish, I guess, like make my way that way.
Okay. So moving in that direction, you pass by several of these large minotaur that are dragging bodies, and none of them seem to even take notice of you. They're all just like grunting and growling and dragging bodies through the sand. As you reach this bonfire,
Wait, okay,
sure.
so there are the minotaurs that were attacking the camp, but they don't
Yes.
pay attention to me?
They don't seem to notice you or
Okay.
pay attention to you or even care that you're there.
Okay. I think in that case, I will try and like rear back and like slam the battle axe into like one of them.
Okay.
Like chop with it. Yeah.
So yeah, you want to hit them with the blade.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll strength.
Current strength?
Yes.
10.
So you swing the axe and you strike into the side of one of these minotaur. It howls in pain. It looks at you and takes a swing at you. I need you to make a dexterity save.
24.
Okay, so you hop backwards, the weight of the axe sort of pulling you back even further to avoid the attack, as the creature just rips and throws the body that it was holding onto, and it stumbles off in the distance towards that fire. It begins to lumber towards you. You hear that voice again. Yes, give in to the slaughter. Kill them. Kill them. They killed so many of your kind. Again, another growl. Be what you were made to be.
I think I'm just going to again snort and swing at the at it.
Okay. Roll strength.
Like very explicitly, like not trying to let it be like an emotional thing, but more like how do I put this? Like more of a protection sort of thing. Like trying to like this is like an unrecoverable situation, not really trying to do it for like vengeance, I guess. Is like trying to keep composure, I guess.
But you are
Is
swinging the axe at the Minotaur.
yes, yes.
Okay. Roll strength again.
15.
Okay, so yeah, it's lumbers forward and it starts to reach out for you as you swing that axe again. This time you make contact with its arm and you shear its arm off almost up to the elbow, and it starts bleeding and howling and looks to you and takes a snap bite at you. You're able to still just like back up and avoid the bite, and it still continues to like drag itself forward. And again with that growl, yes, kill it, slaughter it, destroy it.
I am specifically going to try and just like kill, not like maim it, you know, like I'm not trying to like torture it. I'm just trying to like hit it in the chest.
Okay. Strike.
22.
Yeah, you're able to strike the axe straight into the chest, caving it in, driving the creature backwards as you drive the axe down it as it crashes into the ground. At this moment, you see 2 or 3 of them now start to like approach from out of the shadows. Some from the area of the bonfire, 2 of them from the bonfire area, 1 of them from just the darkness of the tents and the sand around you. Begin
Okay.
to approach you. You hear that same voice, yes, serve me, kill them all.
I just don't think he's gonna respond to it. I don't think he's gonna talk to this because
Sure.
he like
You don't have to if you don't want to.
yeah.
Make your choices as you believe Tacitus would.
Yeah. He I think so the 2 that are approaching him, do they
There's
have
3.
weapons drawn?
There's 3 approaching you. They don't have weapons drawn. They just have these massive claws and teeth and horns.
Okay, but like they're obviously looking like they're going to attack.
Yes, like they saw you kill their comrade and they're approaching you.
Okay. And there are 3 of them.
Yep.
How close? Like, what's the close? Like, what are the 2 closest? Are they next to each other?
Yeah, 2 of them are close to each other on your left and 1 on the right. I'm going to ask you: is your intention to kill all 3?
Yes, but I wouldn't necessarily put myself in danger to.
Okay.
Like, if it's a 2-on-1 fight with me looking like this, I wouldn't throw myself into it, I guess.
Okay.
Like I
So,
would try and like circle or try and like be tactical about it.
are you offensive at all?
Am I offensive?
Like, are you going to swing first? Or are you going to take an attack action against these things as they approach? Or are you going to be more reactionary?
I will say in this case, I will wait for them to swing. Like I'll wait for an opening because I don't think he would open himself up in a like in a multiple people on him fight.
Okay. So, as they approach, you start to feel like a power burn inside you. It feels good, but it also like is very dark and ominous like power, and things begin to slow down around you. As these creatures begin to lumber towards you, you see one of them start to swing his arm. You're able to just easily sort of step to the side and avoid the slowness of the attack. Do you want to strike at him?
If he was trying to kill me, then yes.
Okay, yeah,
If he was trying to hit me, then yes.
you strike through, you cut clean through the creature, um, killing him on sight. You hear like this maniacal laughter again from this booming voice, like, yes, kill them all, kill them all. As the second one approaches you and takes another slow swing. Are you going to do the same, just avoid an attack?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, you're able to just step aside and use whatever's going on to just cleanly strike through this creature as he's moving too slow to even retaliate, and your axe cuts clean through him. The third one, uh, just not too far away, continues to approach you. Do you just stand there and wait for the approach?
Yep. I'll wait for the approach.
Okay. This one again like rears back and tries to just charge forward at you with its horns. Still moving too slowly to have any impact on you. You're able to easily push to the side. Again, avoid and strike.
Yep.
This time you cut clean through the head of the creature as it tries to charge past you, killing it on sight, leaving the bodies of these 3 Minotaur dead. That booming voice again. Yes, serve me. Do what you were born to do. Uh, Ahead of you, you see that bonfire. You recognize an elder Minotaur, somebody that you believe was a leader of some kind of your village, bound with a very large gray Minotaur, sort of just cut scars all throughout his body, glowing in the fire, and has a massive axe handed to him by a second Minotaur. Seems to be preparing to execute this older Minotaur that you remember from your childhood. You can't exactly put your finger on what they were, but they're somebody that you like loved and cared about.
Um. So you said that the elder one is bound near the fire and about to be attacked.
Nelt's bound in front of the fire, and it looks like he's about to be executed by some hulking cannibal minotaur.
Then yeah, I'll strike.
Okay. So as you rush up, uh, the everything still like moves slowly. You feel this sort of like savage power within you as well. You can assume it's connected to that voice that is just egging you on and pushing you forward. The second Minotaur, the one that handed the axe to the one who seems to be getting ready to execute this older Minotaur, steps between the two of you. It takes a swing at you. Do you do the same, avoid and strike?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you cut him cleanly down. The Minotaur in front has the axe, not even looking at you. It's just looking down. You see him slowly lower the axe to the back of the neck of the Minotaur and then raise it up into the air as if he's about to strike down. What do you do?
I'm specifically going to try and prevent him from hitting. If if I'm fast enough to kill him to do that, then sure. But if it means like, strike at his axe to prevent him from swinging back down, like whatever I can do, I would do up to killing.
Okay,
If
so
that
I
makes
mean,
sense.
yeah, everything is moving again in that slow motion. Like you feel this
Yeah.
power as if you're moving faster than everything else. Um, you have the option, like if you want to just straight up kill this thing before it strikes, you can. If you want to block the attack, deflect the attack, you can.
As long as killing it would prevent this other person from being murdered, then
Hmm?
I think that's what he would do.
Sure. So yeah, you like as the axe is raising, you're able to easily just step in front and just slash at this Minotaur. How do you want to like attack him? Where do you want to cut him?
Uh, I guess just chest.
Okay.
Swing straight into the chest.
Yep. You swing the axe sideways directly into the chest, and you feel the force of it like you've never felt such strength before, and it just connects with him, caves the chest in, and throws him backwards a few feet, laying lifeless on the ground.
Mm.
The old Minotaur is just left there, sort of breathing heavily. You see he's been beaten, looks pretty well wounded. You hear another growl. Yes, kill them all, and this one, kill this one.
If I have that knight, do I have anything smaller than this battle axe?
No.
Okay, then you said he's bound.
Yeah, he's bound with rope.
I'm either going to like try and untie the rope, and if not, then like bite through the rope, I guess.
Yeah, no, you can definitely. I mean, it gives like a little bit of resistance, and you're able to then just like pull through with your teeth and use them to yank the rope and the bindings off of this creature.
Yeah.
As you're doing that, you see from the shadows multiple other Minotaur approaching, like 5, 6, 7 of them. You hear an aggressive, like angry growl now, like no, kill him, kill him.
I guess I will. I want to position myself such that the fire is he is between me and the fire, the older Minotaur.
Oh, so you want to
And
like get in front of him and sort of defend him from these approaching Minotaur.
yes.
Okay. So yeah, you're able to easily do that and get in front. This older Minotaur stumbles backwards. He's very, very wounded, barely like you hear him sort of heaving as if his chest is damaged and he's having struggling just to keep breathing, let alone stand up.
Hmm.
The first Minotaur like rushes in and approaches again, stops as it reaches you, and moves in that slow motion. Do you do the same, avoid and strike?
Yeah. The main thing I'm going to be focused on, like, you can assume my answer is yes, but my focus is going to be on preventing this other person from getting swiped at.
Okay. So yeah, you see the Minotaur are not really as focused on you, but they are trying to strike at the old man. The one just tries to like swipe through you to reach him, but you're able to avoid and strike him down, killing the first. You hear another growl, like, kill the old man, kill him. Two more Minotaur approach now, one on your left and one on your right. Both of them focus on that old man. You see that sort of force, that power within you is getting weaker. They're beginning to move faster, but you're still able to avoid and strike them down if you'd like at this point.
Yeah. If there are two and they are specifically ignoring me, then I will, I guess, specifically strike first, as long as it doesn't leave him open
Sure.
to being hit, I guess.
Yep. So you're able to just get you step to the side, you strike the first one, and just charge right at the second one. You're able to kill them both. Their bodies sort of pushing out and falling to the side. You're starting to feel weaker though, as if that power that was feeling you is starting to fade away. And you hear again a growl like, "One last chance, kill him or die for him." Three more Minotaurs start to approach, and at this point, you feel that power almost completely fade from you. They're moving at full speed now.
They're moving at full speed towards me, trying to swing or claw.
Trying to get through
right?
you to him, yeah.
His state is such that he's not really able to move fast, right?
Right. You assume that he probably can't even get up on his own.
He can or can't.
Can't.
Let's see.
These three are just rushing full speed at you in almost a gallop.
I guess I'm specific. I guess I'll try and if I can get to like the bonfire behind me, like pick up a flaming like piece of wood and hurl it at them, kind of like try and make a distraction to like make an opening. Then that's what I'm gonna try and do. But I'm going to essentially just hold my ground.
Okay.
But like try and find some creative way of doing it if I notice that I'm feeling less
Sure.
strong.
Yeah, so I mean, you're able to, as they're rushing forward, you can grab onto that piece of wood and just huck it in their direction. You feel your hands almost singe and burn at the touch of it as you grab it out of the fire and hurl it in their direction.
Yeah.
They just deftly like move aside, and you see probably dozens of other Minotaur now still like breaking out from the areas of the camp and just rushing towards you. Hold your ground.
I mean, it still looks like he can't move, right?
Right.
Then I'm going to glance back at him to see if he, like, how conscious is he?
He's conscious and alive. He's just having like trouble breathing. Um, like he's looks at you with like pleading eyes, like save me, like eyes.
Then, yeah, I'm going to stand my ground.
Okay. Roll straight strength for me.
11.
Okay. So you swing once and you make contact with one of the first Minotaur, and then again twice, swing at the second. You strike them. You don't seem to kill them this time. One of them sort of just grabs you, and you feel his fist around your neck begin to squeeze as the other one just punches you in the gut. You hear the raged howl of that creature that's been speaking to you, furious as your vision fades to white. And we move on to Crix. Crix, are you ready?
Yeah, bring it on.
So Crix, your situation is vastly different. You don't disappear into any cosmic energy. You don't fade off. In your situation, this mist blows over the canoe that you're on. You can't see anything for a moment, but as the mist passes over, you're in this canoe by yourself. Uh, Marie is gone. Your allies are gone. You're the only one sitting alone in this canoe. And the tiers below, that water that you've been being dragged through, are completely frozen over solid ice.
I
What-
just kind of raise an eyebrow, look at it, and like,
This place did kind of remind me of a certain something.
You again hear the whispers, Crix. So good to see you.
Ah, yes, Wallace. Why don't you show yourself, you little bastard?
Um, your vision starts to clear even more, and the mist starts to open up more of a vantage point. And ahead of the canoe, about 60 feet, you see a staircase leading up into an open chamber, some sort of mausoleum, it looks like. And you see the form of the satyr standing up there on his own.
Ah, look at you. You're not dead with your face half frozen off and whatnot. That is quite an improvement.
I am dead.
Oh, good.
We'll throw the image of Willisicus up back in there for you. Um, so what brings you down here, Crix? It's been some time since you basically killed me.
Oh, doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, seeking elder gods, the usuals.
Elder gods. Strange. You see him
Yes.
reach back and he pulls this little slingshot and fires a stone at you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I do not
You
move.
don't move. It strikes you right in the forehead. Sort of like clunks down to the canoe, and Willisicus is in the back, just like, you're an idiot.
Am I now?
He looks like he's like looking around for another stone. He's sort of like kicking things on the ground. Do you remain in the canoe?
There's I immediately point to one that's like close by him. I go,
There's another one right there if you wish to shoot me with it.
Oh, thank you. And he like rushes forward, stumbles and grabs this stone and like pulls it back. Do you not move again? You just sit there.
I don't move.
He takes a shot at you, just clunks down into the canoe alongside you, doesn't hit you, and you hear from the distance like, "Ah, shit!
Oh, what's wrong?
Just shut up!" And he's like, continues looking around for another stone.
I pick up one of the stones that had hit me.
I go, here's.
I throw it to him.
Roll strength.
17.
Okay. Yeah. So you toss the stone up and it like clatters to the ground, in front of him. As it does, it sort of cracks what are very icy steps. You see the cracks sort of like follow through, uh, releasing into the ice below you and sort of shaking and rolling the canoe that you're on as it reaches the canoe. And the canoe is like leaned almost to the side now as the ice sort of cracked below it.
I would say at this point, Crix would probably get up from sitting in the canoe and just kind of stand on it. Probably, if it's tilted a little bit awkward, but like still standing in it.
Sure. As you sort of like get up and look around, you see that in the ice below there are hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies frozen in sort of these like very undecayed like visages, as if they were just thrust below the ice and frozen instantaneously, locked there.
I do like the fact that this place has ultimately become the Styx, the River of Blood. It's quite fitting for a illusionary imagery that's being forced upon me.
Wally's still like stumbling around looking for another stone again. Seems to have lost the one that you threw up there. He looks very confused.
You have to ask yourself, Wally, is this reality or illusion? To me, it's an illusion. Because quite frankly, I've already killed you. And then on top of it, you're able to hit me with the slingshot. Where before you couldn't hit shit.
It's, like you hear him just sort of like mumbling to himself. But where is it? Where is it? I gotta. Where is it?
I have to ask, Wally, did you ever get your promotion?
What? Huh? What? What?
The promotion. The one for, what was it? You were going to kill me, I believe what it was, right?
I serve my master. That's what I do.
Yes, we all know you serve your master.
Still just like stumbling around at the top of that staircase.
Hold on, let me help you with that. I pick up the other pebble and I put it in my sling. I go shoot him with it.
Okay, make a range attack.
Range attack. Where the hell is it? Here it is. 17.
You strike him right in the back of the head as he's stumbling around, and he's immediately goes into this like stomping tantrum. You're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? I shoot you. You don't shoot me. I shoot you."
I was giving you ammunition so you could shoot me back, but apparently my aim is better.
Ah! He sort of like shouts and runs off into the darkness of that mausoleum.
Ah, poor things. Well, I see how this is going to go. The river is frozen and there's a staircase. Oh, let me take a guess. I'm going to see the boss. And Crix is just kind of cocky at the moment as he's going to step out of the boat onto the ice.
Okay. As you step out, looking below you, you see the bodies frozen below you of your party members. The first one you see is Briar off to the side, almost as if she got tossed off the canoe and frozen in. You see the form of Tacitus not too far forward. Sort of looks like he fell on his back into the ice and froze over. And further on towards the front, you see the form of Elwyn and both of his blades still glowing beneath the ice, just frozen. All of them just look terrified.
Crix will kind of stop for a moment and kind of look over them, almost in a studying fashion. And even though there's like a slight, probably emotional tinge to see his allies, he kind of casts it aside, stone face, and walks towards the staircase that Wallace was at.
Okay. So moving up the staircase, you can hear Walisicus sort of disappear, his like footsteps clopping and disappearing further in. You open up into what looks like a massive throne room. Everything is just solid, frozen ice. There are bodies frozen everywhere along the way, in the pillars, in the walls, in the floor. Many of them don't even look like they were wounded, though some of them do have glowing red cuts that are just like a bit different from the rest. Continue walking through into the chamber?
Yes.
Okay. For a moment, everything is like just icy mist, and you can feel the sting of the cold on you as you travel through. But you do approach, inevitably, an icy throne. Within is the mostly frozen form of Levistus, glowing blue eyes and face, the only things that are poking from inside the ice. Just frozen in a straight grin, staring right at you as you approach.
This is exactly what I expected. So, Levistus, Even though this is illusionary in my mind, I'm sure there's some trinket of truth in what you're going to say, so say it.
No words, just continues that grin, his face frozen in place, though it is extended from the ice, the rest of the ice that's sealing him onto the throne below. Continues just staring right at you with this massive frozen grin. You see Willisicus is at the foot, just kissing the ice slightly, like over and over and over and over again.
Be careful, your lips might get stuck there. Then again, I'm sure it's been a lot of places on that boss.
You hear a growl from him. Like, it's like maniacally keeps kissing towards the frozen feet of his master.
You know, if you like ice so much, you could have just said something. I would have put you in a block yourself.
You start to hear footsteps behind you.
I kind of slowly turn and take a look.
You see a figure. It has a very celestial being about it, very Nyxborn-like, but this one has like glowing constellation-like form within its body. It has very dark, tattered robes, grayish blue skin, and a gold-winged mask over its face. Slowly approaches from behind.
Probably at that time, I probably turned full body looking towards them. Kind of got my arms crossed a little bit and just, so who are you supposed to be?
The figure is roughly 9 feet tall or so as it approaches, towers over you. Stops to stand right next to you. Gazes at the frozen throne of Levistus. I'm going to give you an image here of the figure alongside you. If Discord will stop being awful. There you go. It keeps shrinking things. But anyway, you see it. Looks over with that golden mask that has the face of a human man. You get the image of what you know as returned. The individuals that cross over the River Tartix lose their identities and their forms and forge these masks as their new identities. Turns to look at you, and you hear sort of the almost telepathic like speech from behind the mask. Says, "You, do you wish to sit atop that throne? Do you wish to take his place?"
Me take the place of him. Not really. Never, my goods.
You would have his power. You would be free to roam the world, unlike him. He has disgraced the gods.
No, 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 no. I think you misuse your words there. He doesn't disgrace the gods. He disgraced those under the underworld. It's exactly why he's in the position that he's in.
You do not seek his power.
Oh,
What
why
do
would
you,
I want his powers?
what do you seek, Crix?
I seek my own entertainment, of course.
Like what?
I'm not interested in telling you.
You start to feel like a very like ominous hatred almost, and you see the frozen form of Levistus. The smile starts to crack and get even larger, like even like a wider grin. His eyes still just locked directly onto you, these glowing blue eyes. The creature says, "Very well." He, on his side, unsheathes this beautiful golden blade, solid gold all the way through from hilt to blade, and spins it to its side and hands it to you, hilt first. Says, "Then kill him."
You want me to strike him down?
Kill him.
Interesting.
Well, Lysichius sort of
I,
like frantically stands at hearing this, stands directly in front of Levistus and holds his hands out as if he's like trying to use his tiny form to block. It's like, "You can't. I won't let you kill the master."
Brix is going to just look back at Wallace and then look back at the sword and just take it.
Okay.
So you says.
And Crix is going to slowly turn around and start walking over towards the ice figure of the Prince of Betrayal.
Okay. While Issachus is just standing there, sort of like still his arms like out to the sides, like, "Don't do it. I'll kill you if you try. I'll kill you."
Oh, you kills me. Just like you did in that dungeon.
This is different.
Are you going to summon another Hydra on me?
As I'm walking closer.
I'll summon worse.
Oh, you summon nothings, little ones.
He runs at you now and like tries to throw a hit at you. It strikes
I
you in the shoulder if you allow it. Doesn't really hurt.
Yeah, I'll let him hit me in the shoulder. I just kind of shake my head.
You know, I sometimes wonders when I was younger with the whole goatmen and whatnot if they were truly the monsters that they were. And as I've grown older, I kind of realize that they're not so much the monsters. No, the monsters are truly what I am. The forms I become, the things I do. I'm the true monster here.
Roll intimidation.
What?
Yeah, that's not very good. A 9.
Okay. Well, Issachus. So he sort of like looks up at you, is trembling and stumbles backwards, like loses his footing. Um, Starts to drag himself back towards the throne.
I just continuously approach until like I get really close to him because I'm sure he's gonna stand in my way.
Yeah, he tries to get to his feet and he slides a bit, still struggling, but he drags himself up onto the couple steps in front of the throne leading up to Levistus. Tries to put himself between you and him.
I'll say, though, even though that you are extremely weak, and, you are kind of one of my favorite persons to pick on and whatnot, your loyalty is quite something.
He is clearly like afraid and trembling, but he pulls the small dagger from behind him.
We all know that sounds kind of too much. Though,
Back away. I'll kill you.
yes, the threats. I'm way worse than I used to be. But I do like to indulge in chaotic at times. So, why don't we see what happens when I bring a little bit of chaotic into something?
I take the sword, I point it at him with the blade tip, and then I turn it around so the handle is facing him.
Okay. He looks terrified for a moment, like he saw his life flash before his eyes. But spinning the blade around and offering him the hilt, he like looks at you, then looks at that masked figure, and then back up at Levistus, and slowly starts to reach out to grab it.
I let him grab it, but I hold the back end of the blade just firmly in my hand so it's not like completely taken away. And I
Okay.
just kind of like lean in and whispers,
I want to see what you do. You could strike me down. Maybe you can strike down the figure that's over there that just threatened your master. Or maybe, and this is the curiosity part, maybe you strike down Mephistus and you take his powers.
I let go of it.
Roll persuasion.
Ooh, 18.
He pulls the blade and like struggles to stay to his feet. Again, slips a couple times as he tries to stand himself up. Looks pretty terrified. Looks to you, giving you this like strange, bewildered like look like he has no fucking idea what you're up to, but he doesn't trust you. But he looks back to Levistus, who still isn't even really gazing at him, almost doesn't even consider him. His eyes are still locked onto you, those blue glowing orbs. The masked figure just stands there solemnly with his hands behind his back, his robes sort of wisping in that celestial energy, that Nyx-like constellation form that shifts through his body as he stands still. Willisicus turns again, looks back to Levistus, begins to approach. He lifts the blade up and begins to slowly poke it through the ice. Does your Crix just stand there and let Wally do his thing?
Yeah, I stand there for the time and just kind of watch.
The blade pierces through, and you can see it strike into the chest of Levistus. As it does, his eyes finally shift from you and onto Willisicus, as if he only just noticed he was there. You see, from inside the ice, this blue-like energy start to emit. The ice around the throne begins to very quickly melt and crack and break off in chunks. As the chamber itself almost begins to melt around you, the pillars, the walls, some of these bodies that were frozen in begin to slide and roll out onto what's left of the melting lake chamber. And the body of Levistus itself loses that smirk very quickly. And you hear a howl of very dark energy as the body of Levistus itself is just dissolved into a very bluish black wisp-like energy that surrounds Willisicus. You see Willisicus change in form. His skin becomes blue. His body sort of grows in size, almost double to what it was. Begins to take more of a muscular toned form as it forms almost ice-like armor around its shoulders and chest and legs. He spins around, sits down on that throne, puts his hands on the sides of the throne, and just rests staring at you.
It's.
What were you saying?
I was gonna say, Crix is just slowly applauding.
The masked figure sort of steps up alongside you again. Just interesting. You would make a fine servant. Tell me, Crix, do you enjoy deception?
It's not so much deception as I'm just making a slight change of things. I was curious more than anything.
And now do you serve this creature you've placed on this throne that could have been yours?
No. No, I do not. I simply just got rid of one enemy for possibly something that's more neutral now that I gave him something. And if he still wants to be my enemy, that's fine.
Tell me, Crix, do you respect the gods?
That's a complex question, considering some gods do good, some gods do evil, and some gods do nothing.
Do you respect any of them?
Only the Lady of Luck.
This is no god I'm familiar with.
Well, perhaps it's because most people don't bother with her, the Lady of Luck Taimola.
Interesting. His figure starts to slowly back out of the chamber as the room continues to melt, and you feel the ground below you begin to get very wet. Do you remain in the chamber here?
Yeah, I kind of stand there, look at the figure that was just talking to me.
Okay. You see it reach its arm up, and that golden blade just floats away from Willisicus, where he dropped it as he sat upon that throne, back into his hand, and he resheathed it at his side. Turns away for a moment, but that golden masked face looks back at you. Says, "I'll see you soon, Crix." And floats back out of the mausoleum. You feel chunks of ice start to break off around you and under your feet, and you start to lose your footing. Make a dexterity saving throw.
17. It's my lucky
Okay.
number today.
You hop backwards and you land onto the stairs of the throne as the ground sort of cracks from underneath you. You see the ceiling cave in. Everything begins to just become that same sort of dark celestial-like water that Marie had identified as a forest tears. Begins to take that form and dissipate, leaving just the throne and you. What do you do here?
Is Wally still sitting there in the
Yeah,
throne?
he's still seated behind you on the throne.
I just kind of look at him and smirk, the biggest smirk I can possibly do, and just say, I hope that this is also entering into your mind as well. That's why when you wake up from this dream, you realize you're still a goddamn servant to a man frozen in a block of ice.
You see his face sort of turn and become enraged, and the face of Olisicus has changed as well. It's become a lot more like fearsome and stoic as far as being once just fearful and angry. Throws his hand forward and strikes you in the chest with his palm and flings you backwards into that frozen water. You fall in, you clip through the ice, and it seals above you, and again your vision turns to white, and you're pulled away from this experience.
All right.
Everybody, are you all here?
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you all sort of lose that vision, you fade to white. You find yourselves seated and sort of almost passed out in the canoe in various places. As you come to, you feel the canoe sort of roughly like grind and strike against something solid and come to a stop as you hear the voice of Marie above. Ah, you're awake. Welcome back.
Ah, I've had the most pleasant of dreams.
That was certainly an experience.
Glad one of us enjoyed ourselves.
Well, we've arrived at the tomb you sought.
Tell me that was the final test, Marie.
Test? I don't know what you're talking about. Please get off of my canoe.
Look it out.
Everybody steps out.
It's
Yeah.
just like the boat ride at the River of Styx. Yeah, we brought the souls across. Get the fuck off my boat now.
So as you all step off, those roots come back up from under the water and start to drag the boat back. Spins around. Marie gives you one last look. Says, "Good luck. I doubt we'll see each other again." And the canoe begins to get pulled back off into the ruins. She's left you sitting on a staircase. It's really the only thing that's pulled up above the water around you, leading into a very like bluish, almost golden light lit area on the top of the stairs.
Good luck, huh? Sounds like we'll need it.
Do you all move up the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
like dust myself off, assuming that I was like probably like lying sideways on the boat.
Yeah, you were all just like lying there. You have no idea how long it was, honestly.
I feel like this might also be a good place to call it.
Yeah, I'm planning on calling it in a moment. But do you continue up the stairs for now, all of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you reach the top of the stairs, you find yourself in front of these massive hulking visages. You can see them almost dripping with decay. Everything in here feels like it's coated in a clay or wax-like substance. I'm going to give you 3 images of what you see. So directly in front of you, in the center, is this first sort of looming visage imprinted in an
That's
alcove in the wall. You can see the scale
terrifying.
as with the human down below. These things are massive. To the left, you see this. This one, more so than the others, is very like sopping wet. It has what looks like seaweed almost attached to it, dripping down below onto the ground slowly. And then off on the right-hand side, you see this one, which is one of the more prominently lit visages. It has multiple skulls, sort of like squeezed into the corpse. This one looks like it's been sort of like beached and has what seem to be little creatures like crabs crawling in and out of it and up and down.
I don't think I like this place very much.
As you approach and these three limbing sort of things stand above you, you feel almost like you've reconnected with something that you haven't felt in a very long time. And you all hear at once all three of these creatures speak, "Welcome, long lost travelers." And we'll end there.
They just have to speak.
It's cool as hell.
I'll say that.
I loved those.
That was an interesting session.
Yeah, you guys made it through the labyrinth. I am proud of you. We'll find out if you passed your tests or not next week.
We all
Oh,
truly
boy.
died on the boat.
We're not actually.
Yeah,
We're
we're all
not
fucking
actually
dead.
here.
Oh, yeah,
The
I
boat was the
truly
end.
don't feel great about it.
We're all just tripping balls on the boat. We're just like in our fucking room.
Still haven't left. It's all just this dream.
We're passed out in some random hallway in the labyrinth right now.
Oh, whoops! Y'all failed a dexterity saving throw that I rolled for you, like 3 hours ago.
No,
I
you
want to know what the hell that weird hunched over creature in the corner of that one route was.
the one that you avoided completely.
Yeah.
You'll never know.
It
My
was either about to
curiosity.
be a monster or it was about to be a companion.
Yeah. We'll never know.
Good or bad? Yeah, I mean, I guess those are the two choices.
Yep. Well, there's neutral.
Which inevitably gets forced into either good or bad.
It's all about, do you survive the encounter or not? Everything else is trivial. But yeah, I mean, you avoided some very dangerous encounters up in that labyrinth.
Yeah, we had some fun little dreams.
I think Tacitus was probably like on the verge of like strangling the other party members in there.
That's a labyrinth will do that to you.
Lives in insanity.
Yeah.
It's like, why are y'all talking in
When
the
everything
labyrinth?
was specifically pointed out that it can't see you, but it can probably hear
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, we hear this huge thing lumbering across on the wall. Let's just talk right next to the wall. Like, let's just wait here at random intersections, waiting for things to happen.
I mean, part of waiting for me is I don't like making decisions for other people. So and Tacitus and Crix were both very quiet for all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well.
so I didn't want to feel like I was controlling how things went.
I'm just not sneaky. I'll
You did
talk
very
out
well.
loud and
You didn't
see
linger
what
too
happens.
long. You didn't linger too long anywhere. You avoided a couple traps. So yeah, you made it pretty well, I'd say. Do you guys have any
We
questions
found
about anything?
Probably nothing that you can answer at the moment without ruining the rest of the.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Cool.
Whenever you ask that question, all I can think of is Gouda's one from a while ago. Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah. That image remains relevant.
It's all good.
I'm excited to see what the hell entered my sword. Or swords.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something you should definitely check out. If
Very
it's,
curious to see what that was about.
Yes,
if it wasn't
exactly
just an illusion.
A third power in my swords? I didn't think there was room in there for more.
Well, let me end our stream.
I thought we were maxed out on entities.